careful, but he limps away. No, he goes down. So they've gotten something, but they do end up getting Aspire in return, and they're turning this. They've gotten Ahmed as well, and that's 3 thus far, but can they get more? Yash is trying to run. He's trying to get to safety. No, he's going to get sniped out.
With the macro play for Charlotte, but okay, this mid lane play.
Yeah, Viper's already down. The Death at Sunset, that's going to be committed. The Moonlight Flash back to safety, and they've gotten Aspire as well as Viper. Ryu is. They want to focus him. They want to try to get him down. Hunter and the art of the enemy team trying to 1 versus 5. He's going to go down. The Unbridled Outburst, and they've gotten another pick off in Warlord. They're going to slow things down. They get the double kill.
The Hunter. So Hunter goes down in that old interaction. Are they going to steal this here? Liz and Quasar are going to give their best go, but no.
Oh, but the Quasari is going to pick off at least one right there. It gets Yumiko. Yeah, not too bad. The Death at Sunset already being committed at this point. That fake inside the box is going to be used.
Lane, which could be crucial for this T2 in the farm lane. Chuangyu looking for the back line as well, trying to just get a pincer movement, and there we go. The knock into the wall is pretty huge here, but speaking of huge, we see Zhongfei transform into the beast with the Unbridled Outburst as well. A lot of damage going up at CHS, and speaking of damage, we are seeing the higher ground turret be taken down as well. We are potentially seeing Hurricanes of Feathers,
but he hasn't really found the gates.
Okay, the Blazing Sun Arrow does come through onto the Lady Sun, but it's not enough. Shang-Huan comes through once more. CHS goes down. We see Zhongfei, Bruno, Mr. Fury has gone down as well. That is
the enemy jungle. They force them out, and Higu, I mean, look at how far they're going.
Yes, so we finally get a kill on side of W Gaming, but I don't think that's going to be quite enough to fight the Hue-1 going untargetable thanks to the unending sorrow, which is going to bleed into. Do you see Liu Bai going into the backline there? Okay, we are seeing Clappy's getting the first kill on the board for WG. He's not settled there, but he has been taken down by the Hue-1. Double kill goes over to Hue-1 once more. Reaper 7 reaping what he sows. That is a triple kill. 3-1 trade for the side of GS team, and they're not done yet. The whole How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 EMEA Regional Finals. It is myself, Blam, and with me is Mr. Hauler. How are we feeling today?
We're feeling great. I mean, we've seen it. It's going to be top 4. All of these teams ended up winning their series 2-0. So, you know, eventually, I'm assuming that somebody's going to trade off of the other one. We're going to see that game 3 eventually, hopefully. But again, we're going to see the grand finals, if anything.
Yes, I mean, this is what they've all came here for, right? We've had many teams that are quite influenced and quite experienced within the region so far, ever since the global esports started in March this year. So the likes of Major Pride have had quite a bit of a struggle thus far, but the improvement that we saw yesterday, Hauler, was pretty stellar.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are starting to get better. They were starting to snowball. They were really starting to feel it. I think after winning that, you know, tumultuous game 1 going into this one, there was a very tense action going throughout. But getting into that game 2, the teams definitely felt very strong, and they kind of snowballed going into that one.
Yes, and here is the brackets for those that didn't actually get to catch the games yesterday. So you can see right there, Major Pride able to take a 2-0 over 3BL, NRX able to take the 2-0 over PYG, MENA be able to take Hurricanes of Feathers by a 2-0. So as you can see, all the way till the end there with GS team getting 2-0 over to W Gaming, there was plenty of sweeps across the board, not much contesting within the gorge, I have to say, which is what I'm hoping for today, where we have Major Pride against NRX, and then the MENA teams against each other later on. But both of these best of 3s are going to basically make sure that these teams can get into the grand finals and get to those play-ins, which is basically where all the eyes are on the prize.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting going into this one, right? It's one of those things where even if you happen to be on MENA or GS team, you're going to be watching the first series. You want to scout out the enemy team, but at the same time, you got to be careful because you've got your own team to be, dealing with. But going into this one, it's going to be super, super close. But let's talk a little bit about Major Pride. This is, of course, the Eastern European champs. Shisuke, Alimsky, Red, Kinesis, and Kashi Batir. These guys have really gelled very, very well together. They're playing like a team, and they're starting to peak at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, the great kind of factors of this team was definitely the Olimsky and the jungle. Both games on the Jing was very dominant, right? Like, we were seeing this. I mean, I was saying this to you yesterday, Hall. I was like, hey, the first, 4 days of this whole open series, every jungle was either Kaiser, Hugh Huan, Dune, maybe the Organ when it comes through. I wanted the more flashier picks, right? I wanted the Jing, I wanted the pay, and finally, Olimsky gave it to me yesterday, literally like he gave me the first prize on a platter, giving me that Jing, and it was honestly phenomenal. But like you said there, Hauler as well, Kashi Batir was fantastic on the Zhang Fei, but let's see what their next the NRX roster, are going to be going up against. So we have Liz into the Clash lane, we have Ryu in the mid lane, hey, double MVP yesterday, that's one to watch out for. Quizir in the farm lane, we have Bobnet as support, and Atix in the jungle. So I believe that Atix has been swapped out here for one of the other members yesterday, so it's going to be really interesting to see how their sub Atix gels into this.
Yeah, and it looks like they've got the team, the band back together. This is going to be them at their highest peak, and they definitely need to do this because, again, this is all single elimination. It's a best of 3. If you happen to lose this one, unfortunately you're out. There are no other chances, so you need to put your best foot forward. I expect big things out of this next Ruya team, the Turkish champs.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of Atix as well, some of those people in the chat may know him from Season 1 Invitational, may know him from the previous Turkey qualifier in the Open Series as well. He was on the roster of Besiktas Esports. He kind of was on the roster for FUT Esports at one point as a substitute, but now he is going back to their own team. He wants to kind of be a star of NRX because, hey, FUT Esports are kind of already stars in their own rights, right? They've had plenty of opportunities, very much experience within KIC 2023 as well. So you can kind of see why some of these players want to break out and make a name for themselves. And this is the stage to do it, right? This is what the beauty of the Open Series is all about.
Yeah, it's all about just qualifying, getting onto the bigger stage. Obviously, there's more fame and fortune and all that, but of course, there's more money involved. So the winnings are going to be quite great. That's definitely something that you want to do. Now, if you had to choose one of these teams to just be like, hey, this team has got a lot more pressure on it, right? Is it going to be Major Pride or next Ruya, Blam?
I mean, both of these teams are representing 2 nations that they're the only representations, right? So I think there's equal amounts of weight for both of these teams. I just don't know where I would actually put the higher weight on. We could kind of look into, like I've already alluded to, with Major Pride having a very shaky Season 1 Invitational, losing every game, not being able to actually take a victory from any of those bigger teams like VKS, FUT Esports, the likes of. But now they're definitely starting to make a little bit of noise for the Eastern European region and for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about the fact that, in Season 1, they didn't have the greatest showing. But, I mean, they came back, they went home, they, licked their wounds, they're kind of regrouped a bit. And you're seeing that growth, right? Even with yesterday's games, they were kind of dominating it throughout. They did very, very well. They're playing like a team, and you're seeing tremendous growth. And that's exactly what we want to see out of Major Pride. I think that this is a team that you kind of need to look out for because of the fact that they're, again, peaking at the right time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where you need to peak, right? If you want to start to prove yourself from that absolute brutal start of the global scene at the beginning of the year and try and get to KC 2024 to try and prove yourself once more on that global stage. And right now, I feel like Major Pride have what they need to take to get to that point of the global world stage of KC 24. But this is where we're going to start to see those potential winning drafts come through here. We're seeing that Major Pride are banning out your typical Dolia and your Orgren, but then over to the side of of next Ruya, they ban out the Mai Shiranui. I mean, I was watching some of the Philippines games earlier, and some of these teams let the Mai Shiranui through, and it was pretty much a huge mistake, right? This pick, if ever gets through, is hard to pin down. You have to go for something that's kind of like the Motsu, be able to lock it down. But again, another big pick in that mid lane getting taken out is the Lady Jen.
Yeah, but it looks like Major Pride are going to go with the Arlie. This is a very meta pick. We see it time and time again in terms of just the fact that it can just blow people up. It has a whole bunch of mobility. It has everything that you want out of it. It's the perfect one for you.
Yeah, Kinesis played fantastically yesterday. He didn't actually he picked up the Arlie in the first game, right? So I'm hoping they're not going to go for the same kind of draft, because this is the kind of thing I had in my notes was like, Major Pride only really flexed around 2 of those heroes in the entire of that best of 3. The rest of them were quite staple picks, like the Zhongfei, like the Elaine, like the Arlie as well. But hopefully they are going to change up a bit. Alimski's going on the Jing again. He wants to try and make this his staple hero. But we do have a little bit of a change here. They lose the Zhongfei. They go for the Lian Po, which has fantastic engage. Not quite as tanky as the Zhongfei, I have to say, but still a great pick.
Fits quite well. I mean, the MP's picking up the Jing right there. A lot of flash, a lot of potential just for outplay. I really like that pick. Now, NR need to respond. They need to have some sort of control to kind of deal with this potential Jing from Alimski. We see it time and time again where it kind of dominates, but they do need to figure out some sort of way to lock this guy down.
Yeah, I mean, the Princess Frost is pretty good at this, right? Especially with the winter is coming. If you place that down into that mirror domain, it kind of negates the whole effect of Jing's ultimate, which could be troublesome for the side of Major Pride. But we look into the sides of these next 2 banning phases here. You see the Masashi getting banned out, which is normally within this point of the game, right? Especially if your opponents don't have the jungle. The Masashi only actually surfacing like once yesterday for MENA, which I was extremely grateful for. It was a great pick for them. It's nice to see Masashi finally onto the Gorge, but over to the side of NRX, they are looking at that mid lane, and rightfully so. That Hue1 being the last ban, I think, is a great call for next Ruya.
Yeah, it's going to help out. I think that it's, I mean, MP right now in dire need of a mid. They need to figure something out to kind of deal with this Princess Frost. Like, what kind of sticks out to you? Where would you go? Because it looks like NR is just like looking to ban every single mid that, you know, is a potential pick here.
Yeah, like you said, the Lady Jen gun, that was one of the most contested picks of the series yesterday, and contested picks between these 2 teams. The only things that are really kind of left open here in the mid lane, we don't really want to be going for a Shang1, right? Because that is just going to leave open too much burst. There's a little bit too much resource heavy within that team comp if you go for an Arlie, a Jing, and the Shang1. But I think in the Clash lane, it's a little bit more of a clearer picture, right? We could see the Elaine come through. Again, the Ganon Mo is still open. Great burst. It doesn't need as much resources as, say, for example, the Shang1, but it still has the couple blades, being able to get into the back line, onto the Lung, onto the Princess Frost. It works pretty perfectly here for the side of Major Pride.
Yeah, I really like the Ganemo pick, right? You have the Lian Po who's up front, Jing just creating a nuisance. You've added the Byron to this one, and there's so much front line. And then you have Ganemo who's in the back and is going to have a great positioning because Red is going to pilot it and just stand in the back and just kind of pick people off with those couple blades. So it's going to do a ton of damage. Now, NR need to figure out a way to kind of stop Ganemo and, of course, that meat shield that's up in front.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for something like the Kaiser, right? Something like the Dune into the jungle, something tanky other than the Zhongfei, because if they don't have a second tank, you know they're going to be building a lot of armor pen. Ooh, a little bit of a hypocritical pick here. The Yao coming through for the first time, Shining Star. Very interesting, has a lot of CC within his kit, is able to reverse back to a few seconds with the ultimate. Very interesting here, Hola. I didn't expect that pick to come through.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, you want to be aggressive and then again, just use the ult to return to dust to go back and just kind of heal up everything. But it's going to be a tough situation because I feel like Major Pride have a lot of sustain. Yes, they're going to be up in front, but they're tankier guys that you really can't burst. Like if Yao could burst somebody down and then get himself on out of there, I see it. But again, it's a lot of meat to get through.
It's a lot of meat to get through, but you do have the Zhongfei there. They don't have any anti-CC, which is kind of the telltale we had yesterday, right? Especially with the Shuangzi being able to use the butterfly effect to kind of completely negate that unbridled rage from the Zhongfei, but they don't really have any of that to counter on the side of Major Pride this time around. So really, it's all down to Bobned here to really kind of focus these team fights and basically make it his own, like dictate where the side of Major Pride are going to go and where his teammates are going to fall through and collapse onto Major Pride. That's my hopes anyway for next Ruya. But we can see Olimsky there yawning. He's chilled. He's basically like, hey, my Jing's pretty top tier. Let's see how you can handle it.
Yeah, and I think that both of these teams are pretty comfortable going into this one. Again, this is game one. I understand that, yes, we hyped it up about a lot of pressure, but it's just one game, right? Going into this one, obviously, I feel like the first game is super important because it creates a lot of momentum, but both of these teams are very experienced. They've been here before. They understand how to do this, and of course, it's the best of three. So there's going to be a lot of, hopefully more, maybe some curveballs into future drafts. We're going to have to see. But I like both of these drafts going into this first game here.
Yeah, I mean, we're already getting a bit of a curveball here, right? Especially with the Yao. Yao has never actually been played within the Open Series. It hasn't been played within MSI. It's been a very long time, and it's clearly a pick that Atix has been waiting for, and maybe it's something, the reason why they subbed in the Atix, right, is because of the jungler from yesterday was always going for the likes of the Monkey, the Yukio Tachirban as well. So something a little bit different here in terms of the playstyle of Yao. It's very aggressive. You need to get that early game. The huge counter for Yao, however, is CC. And Major Pride have the Liempo. This could be what they need to kind of stifle the Yao play.
Yeah, and I think next Ruya, I think the biggest thing is just watching yesterday in terms of 3BL Esports, the team that did get 0-2'd against Major Pride. This is still a team that kind of had a better game too, and they tried to limit Olimsky as much as possible. He played the Jing as well, so it's one of those things where do they go with this same sort of strategy and try to limit it so that you have red game, or is it going to be more of like a control and kind of take things, again?
I think that's all we can really hope for, right? Because these are the first two times that these teams are going to clash together within the Open Series, and what a fiery fight I'm expecting from both of these guys, because they've proved themselves yesterday that they can do it. They can go a solid 2-0 against their competition. But Ganamo here having a lot of pressure into the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of pressure already. And something to take note of, Bobned takes the smite. So he's got the double smite on that team, something you do need to be careful about. But it looks like NRX right now will just kind of play things safe, stock standard, 2 in the middle, just kind of get to that level 2 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think with the double smite, right, it kind of dictates on how Bobned's going to actually use it. We've seen it either to be used to steal these neutral objectives like the Tyrant and the Overlord, or it's to kind of put the enemy jungle in its place to give it a pit stop to be able to take those camps a little bit quicker, take a bit of the resources from your enemy jungle, which can be a great way to disrupt the tempo of a already ahead team.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to steal one of the buffs from Olim, it's just going to slow him down quite a bit, and that's kind of what you want. Olimsky's looking to farm. He's not looking. He doesn't really, invade too often. Obviously, he'll do it with certain timings and ensuring that the team is there. But generally speaking, he wants to farm as much as possible and then get some sort of items, and then he starts to kind of create all this havoc with those mirror domains. But again, I think Major Pride, there's a lot more. They tend to be a pretty decent early game team.
Yeah, as long as they get the early game lead right, they're pretty much solid. They don't take the foot off the gas like we saw some of the teams yesterday. They are able to sort of get ahead, and then they kind of get a little bit overconfident with themselves. And after that point, you kind of see that they step away a little bit. They lose a lot of momentum, which in these best of threes is crucial. If you lose the momentum, if you go into that mental boom state, it's hard to recover. But we're just going to have a brief little technical pause here, guys. Do bear with us. It's just part of the process.
Yeah, it's part of the process here. Sometimes it happens. But okay, if we're going to look at some of the drafts, I mean, I don't know if you remember all of the heroes right now, but who do you kind of
Lucky for me, I got them written down. I got them written down. I've been doing my homework.
Awesome, awesome. So, like, who do you give the edge to just on draft alone? Don't look at the players. Like, who do you think you kind of like going into this one?
I mean, more times than not, we've seen a great performance when we see the likes of the Byron and the Liempo put up next to each other. Same with the Arlie. So, again, 3 of those picks alone, the Arlie being one of the most contested picks into the farm lane, as well as the Lung. So both of these heroes are actually showing onto the field. But the ultimate thing that's going to be deciding this is depending on which one of these farm lanes can actually secure that gold, secure that lead, right? Because ultimately, the Arlie needs the resources, same as the Lung. If either one of these are behind ever so slightly, it really shows into the team fights.
Okay, it looks like Kinesis going in for this one, just zoning Quasari away. So Kinesis doing a great job of that. But again, like, okay, Arlie and Lung, we know they both need farm. But who do you give the edge to in just like a one-on-one lane?
One-on-one lane, I'd say, I mean, Byron, right? We know that Byron can take any kind of clash lane, any kind of day, anytime, anywhere, especially in the early game. It'd have to take a very skilled Mayim player, maybe like Liz. I don't want to be giving over too much bias, but I think that could still come out on top is the Byron because we have the aggression, he has the level 5, he has the experience, right?
Oh, he does. And here's the mirror domain. Liz actually has to flash to safety. He dodges out of that mirror domain. He's going to stay alive. But again, the flash was committed.
Yep, we see that Attic's a little bit too slow to the response there. We saw the Major Pride jungle was up there. There's a little bit of a invade onto the side of the Crimson Golem for NRX. They are in there. Liempo trying to drive them away.
Yeah, trying to drive him away. The Infinite Vastness gets him out of there. Quasari's going to be safe, but the Unbridled Outburst does actually connect onto Kinesis. So they're doing some damage. He's trying to just get away. He does Stampede over the wall. He's going to just try to stay alive, but Ryu very low as well. He's going to be killed, and it looks like Alimsky is making plays, gets first blood, but Red does go down in the end as well.
Yeah, nice trade overall for both of these teams, but I loved how Alimsky came from the backline, right?
Yeah, that's what we wanted, right? He's gonna make plays. You gotta understand where Alimsky is at all times because he's gonna do that, and he does it at a moment's notice, right?
Yeah, doesn't give you much notice. He pretty much kicks down your door, demanding some of your resources, and then that's it. It's pretty much a good night, Irene. But here we are. The neutral objectives are up. We're seeing that NRX are really running down that Tyrant, able to claim it very quickly, not giving Major Pride a chance to go into it. And from yesterday, we know that those Tyrants are the MO of Major Pride.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, again, we talked about Bobnid and Atix, both of them having that smite, and both of them timed it perfectly so that they ensure that they get it. Alim was kind of nearby, could have potentially gone for the steal, but again, with a double smite, no real chance. So NRX just doing very, very smart things, sticking together and being very well coordinated.
Yeah, Major Pride already ahead with the gold ever so slightly. Nothing to kind of write home about just yet. Bobned maybe getting stuck out here. There's a little bit of engage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. And Quasari is starting to, just hurt you, right? And Kinesis has to play a little bit safe. It's a glass cannon. Does need to be careful because Ryu is hiding in the bushes as well. So I don't think that they're going to commit here, especially since the creep waves will push, but Ryu will show in the end.
Yeah, I think that's a detriment to Ryu, right? But it's also at the pros of going for the Princess Frost. Because of the Princess Frost being a utility mage, you know that a lot of those resources in those mid lanes are going to go over to the Yao, go over to somebody that needs those resources on the side of NRX. So for Ryu to sit in the bush is not going to be a detriment to his playstyle because the winter is coming is the main mechanic for that hero.
Yeah, it's going to do a ton of damage, but they need to be a little bit careful. Atix gets to safety, and they're just going to hide under that tower and just kind of slow things down a bit. It's 5 minutes and 40 seconds already, and it's just only 1-1, but the net worth is neck and neck again. No team wants to make a mistake at this point.
Yeah, because as soon as they make a mistake, right, that's pretty much going to be the point where the scales tip into the favor of either of these teams. Bobned being used here for a little bit of scare, a little bit of intel for the side of next Ruya, but not a lot really going on just in terms of fights.
Yeah, Bobned and Kashi, both roamers, just doing next to no damage to each other. I would say it's like a tryst in the forest, a better love story than Twilight, because they're just kind of bashing on each other. Not really much going on in that. But that said, it looks like they're just kind of scouting things out. They want to protect their jungle, and Kashi's been doing a good job of just providing a lot of vision.
Yeah, I just want to pick up there. I don't know many love stories that takes a few bastions, right? I don't know how many people that like beat each other saying, I love you, but here we go. There's some love being given onto the gorge.
Oh, Ryu's already been killed, and that's going to be a huge win for them already. And MP right now, they're trying to go, but Unbridled Outburst from Bobnit is kind of scouting them out. He's going to be killed as well, and it looks like the Byron's doing some work. Shisui is just on point, and now they're chasing. Atix is running for his life. The Ride the Wind pushing him away, but now he's going to be focused, and Shisui's just taking them all down. He's got a double kill.
Yes, the clash lanes coming through once more. A little bit of a telltale from the American regions. We saw some fantastic clash lane players that debuted onto the Gorge within that tournament. But hey, Shizuki is there. He's claiming fame for that clash roll lane.
Yeah, and he's doing quite well. I mean, look at him. He's level 10, only behind Alimsky right now in terms of the level 11. Atix, we know that the other enemy jungler was going to be a level 11 as well. So both of them doing quite well in that sense, but he has 3 kills. So Shisui, almost tops in terms of net worth. He's really helping this team, kind of propel themselves into a great mid game here.
Yeah, you can kind of tell by his itemization, right, that he's going for the armor penetration just to make sure that he's able to take down the likes of the Zhongfei, because once that Unbridled Outrage comes through, it's kind of troublesome for the team, right? But Shizuki was able to navigate that whole interaction down towards the side of the Azure Golem absolutely perfectly. He was kind of like an assassin, but with a huge axe.
It helps to have a great weapon like that and just to kind of take them all down. But now MP waiting in the bushes. They end up finding him. They've got the mirror domain. They're going to look to focus in this one, but the Unbridled Outburst is just barely keeping him alive. He somehow survived a Tix, and now Kashi has to flash over the wall. He's trying to run to safety, but he's being chased out by Bobnit. He's going to be let go. But again, that was a huge clash. Somehow nobody died.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, no, Liz died, to be honest, because of that Tremor Smash absolutely keeping the side of NRX, which was a huge play there from Kashi Bartir, was able just to keep the other side of NRX away whilst they tried to go for the Mayin. It looks like NRX want a bit of blood.
Yeah, they wanted the blood, and I mean, it's, what, 5 kills going the way of Major Pride. They've kind of, gotten some decent pickoffs. That net worth lead is about 3K right now, but they do want this tower. It's being chipped away. It's being very, very low, so they're trying to take this one out. Again, a huge strategic element, taking that mid T1 away from them.
Yeah, for those new watching in the chat as well, that mid T1 is very important, especially with the competitive, and we kind of get a little bit of a beating from the bush there onto the Crimson Golem. Shizuki was going to try and take it for himself because, hey, what's a Byron with more damage? A deadlier hero. But we look over to the side of that gold lead, and it is slowly slipping away from the side of NRX.
Yeah, it's slowly slipping away. They need to figure things out in terms of how to get there, but they need to run to safety. Liz does need to stay alive. He does so. He's going to be fine. But again, NR have had a hard time finding that farm. Major Pride right now just like invading the enemy jungle, contesting everything. So it's very difficult for next Ruya to find any sort of gold at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the itemization over to the side of MP, right? You have Axe of Torments coming through left, right, and center. You have the magical Pen Boots coming through as well. And then you can kind of just see the Jing just constantly just building itemization just to enhance that basic attack with the likes of the Master Sword, which is pretty huge, especially it's going to negate the effect of the Zhongfei, which is going to be the biggest obstacle on the side for Major Pride.
Yeah, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to be started. Something they need to be careful about. Atix is getting a little bit low, but Red has already been killed, and it looks like they want to go for more. But the Tremor Smash is on point, but he dies. He actually went way too far ahead. 3 members down from MP. They're on the run. Shisui just trying to stay alive. Alimsky will back off as well, but it looks like NR found the fight that they wanted with all 5 members somehow surviving, and it looks like they're going to push the T1 mid.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that MP are trying to force these minions away, but okay, some more plays.
Oh, Mirror Domain, but what is he doing? They're trying to fight 2 versus 3, and Shisui was not there. The force field suppression just keeping him alive, and he's just like, okay, hey, I'm going to join my brothers in the afterlife, apparently.
Yeah, that Tremor Smash from the Liempo didn't quite hit the same as it did when they took out the Mayin earlier on in this game, but that's really put NRX into a place where they can comfortably say, hey, we've still got this game won, right? We've just taken the T1 into the farm lane. We almost have that T1 in the mid lane. They've just got to try and have a few more of those great fights, those brawls that go into the favor of the side of NRX. They've really got to bait that Tremor Smash, right? That's really what ultimately set that whole thing up nicely for NRX.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be two heavyweight fighters trading blows. I mean, you know, an uppercut for uppercut, jab for jab at this point, because both of them neck and neck. Net worth is tied. You know, the kills are almost negligible. Yes, it's a slight advantage of NR, but it's all about the net worth. Taking this T1 down would be huge for NR, who have kind of found a little of that momentum, and now they've been aggressive. Atix on the run. They do need to be careful. Kinesis gets back to safety, but look at them. They're just chasing after them. They do not care. NR realize that, hey, we have a slight advantage. Let's be aggressive and take advantage of this lead.
Yeah, just look how Liz is kind of trying to stop the Shizuki into getting into that backline right. Kind of just dancing around between the two brushes there. Like, hey, I'm going to body block you no matter how you try and get in here. Yes, you have your flash. Yes, you have your dash. But I'm still going to try and take the odds and double kick you out of this team fight and keep my team alive. But here we go. A little bit more of a brawl as the minion waves come through to the T2.
Yeah, a little bit here. They'll be quickly dealt with. Oh, but a limb gets picked off in the bottom lane, and it looks like Atix has actually gotten that kill, and that's going to be a huge win. This is a window of opportunity. 30 seconds down for Olimsky. Oh, make that more with Kinesis going down as well. And oh my gosh, NR finding all of the gaps, and they're really starting to feel it.
Yep, they've definitely found the pressure point, right? They've found where the armor is cracking. They've got both thumbs pushing through to that armor to make it crack. And unfortunately for the side of Major Pride, it could be too much.
Oh, Atix is he's been like amazing on this Yao, finding the pickoffs, getting everything, and he's actually starting to carry this team. And you're seeing just, you know, the benefit that he brings to this one, completely catching people out, getting almost 1-for-1. He's winning all of these duels. Atix has been really playing well.
Yeah, really well. I mean, the Lung as well, you can kind of see here that Quizier is able to keep up with the Ali ahead almost by 700 gold difference, which isn't huge within those lanes, but still going to mean that you are ahead with itemization. As you can see there, he's got the Eternity Blade, he's got the Master Sword, he has the Axe of Torment, and especially with the squishy sides of Major Pride,
oh, the Unbridled Outburst is going to be on point. They've already gotten Red, and they've got the Mirror Domain just trying to stay alive, but they did get Liz, so they got something, but they're diving deep. The winner is here, and it looks like Quasari gone way too deep, not able to use his Infinite Vastness to safety, and it looks like they're 2 members down from NR. Not the greatest fight for them.
Yeah, clearly the Satnav on the Dragon needs a little bit of a firmware update. He got a little bit too lost in the source, right, Hauler?
Yeah, a little too aggressive as well. Just not great for this one. And look at these dips and dives. This is fun if you're on a roller coaster, but not fun if you're an MP or an NR fan, because this is going to be, you know, it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster throughout.
I don't know. I'm no spring chicken hauler, but those big peaks, I don't think that'd be fun roller coaster anyway for anybody, right? That would literally give me whiplash. So definitely don't give me roller coasters with those kind of peaks, but definitely give me goal leads with those.
Yes, yes. And I think, I mean, the gold leads are fun. It's definitely great to see both of these teams really going at it. But, I mean, with NR with a slight advantage with 2K, they need to be careful here. This is going to be a huge fight. Unbridled Outburst is going to be committed. Oh, they've been pushed back with the Auto Storm, but it looks like Kinesis is dead. And they want to go for more. They've got the double kill. Kashi's down as well. And Bob is chasing them out. The Ferali form leaping forward with this mad slaughter, trying to do some damage. Oh, but the Flaming Palm, he has so much damage. Quasari, he's starting to pick them off with 3 members down. They're looking to end this game. Oh.
Yeah, you can kind of see Kinesis build to Sun Chaser towards the end of this match, but I feel like it's a little bit too late here. They could win this part for game 1.
Yeah, they can, and it's all off of the back of Quasari. Atix had provided so much space for Quasari to get going, but they don't have minions. That's the only small reprieve that Major Pride have right now. That slows them down. Shisui will push them back, but again, no minions, you're not able to end the game right now.
Yeah, it just shows a testament to how well that Major Pride actually do play this game, right? They always give attention to those lanes. They always make sure that there is no sort of foreshadowing of a minion wave to come through, but Shizuki...
Oh, Shizuki. Oh, he's been chased away. Winner is here, is going to be committed, but it's just going to cover their retreat. They're going to get back. They really didn't have enough, but now it looks like they're going to start the Tyrant. Major Pride looking to just maybe potentially steal this right here, just right under their noses.
Dark Tyrant.
Yeah, NRX, I mean, Zhongfei is there, but they aren't able to get that crucial kill theft, thankfully, for the side of Major Pride. That really puts another step into their stride. They have minion waves coming down into mid lane, and they need to kind of relieve this pressure before taking any fights.
Yeah, I think that next Ruya kind of botched that one. They probably should not have given up that Tyrant. Bobnid was the only one there. He was potentially going for the smite, but just not enough, especially against the Olimsky, who's level 15 at this point and is starting to do a lot of damage. So they need to be careful. Again, you know, a small edge to NR, but again, I feel like it's negligible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a huge, some sort of outlook here onto the side of Major Pride. There is definitely some sort of jealousy with this Zhongfei, right? You can kind of see from the Jing building the Axe of Torment as well as a Starbreaker. That's plus twice your armor penetration, but is it going to do anything in this team fight?
Oh, he's going to be rezzed. He's going to be back for life too. Tix is so low. They've got Kinesis, Kashi, and a Limb, and they're just like lining them up. They're chasing them down, ride the wind, pushing them back, getting the double kill. Quasari is forcing it down. He's going to go with infinite fastness, and he wants to dive. He's not going to let you run away, and he's going to look to go for this. The tower is taking some or doing some damage, but all they need to do is wait for that minion wave, and it looks like it's going to be the end. All Red can do is watch. Winter is here, and he says, let it go, let it go, let it go, because it's pushing him away. They're going to take down the base, and it looks like NR will take game one.
Yeah, it definitely looked more like a nuclear winter rather than a singer-song winter, right? I mean, watching your base fall as you are at your literal only safe space at that map in that point in time, right? Just sitting there like, man, that's a horrible winter. That seems horrendous. I can't do anything. My couple blades don't reach that far. I don't have enough items to take them down. Yeah, it was just kind of like one of those kind of moments where you don't want to be sat there watching your demise for your team.
Yeah, not really much you could do. You definitely don't want to walk into that, acid rain, just kind of pushing you back. And at that point, with all of your brothers dead, you don't really have much of a choice, so to speak. So not a great situation for him. But, you know, I think it was a really well-played game. Next, Ruya really knew how to come back in that game, something that we haven't really seen in yesterday's games. So this is going to be, you know, we knew that the teams are going to be more competitive going into this one. And we're already seeing that with a barn burner of a game one.
Yeah, like you said there, Hola, this is probably the closest game we've had yet within the EMEA Regional Finals. And both of these teams really showed it. There was a little bit of few weak spots within the roster I see on the side of Major Pride. That Gan and Mo just didn't have the time to shine, right? The fact that they had the Yao, who's able to sort of like dip and weave into the fight, same as the Mayin, but then once you kind of see these two physical entities, you've then got a dragon above your head coming down onto you, striking fear with a lot of damage, as you can see from the itemization by Quasari. He has the Siege Breaker, he has the Master Sword, he has the Eternity Blade, he has the Axe of Torment, looking like he's going to build into another armor pen item, more than likely the Starbreaker, but huge differences here, especially within the farm lane, right? You can kind of see that the 24% to 20%, 4%, hey, that's definitely a increase.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we got to give the MVP to Atix, right? Just the amount of impact that he had. They funneled so much farm into the Yao here. He was just able to blow people up. And once he got going, he just took over the game. Like, it was very neck and neck, but all of a sudden, NR was just like, Atix, he's like, I got this. Trust me, I'm going to just blow everybody up. And you're seeing all the stats. I mean, the neutrals are kind of a little bit neck and neck. The only Shadow Overlord just being a little bit of an edge to next Ruya. But again, they were just on point.
Yeah, it's not like Major Pride took the foot off the gas, right? It's just it was just because NRX was able to find the way in. They was able to bait the Tremor Smash from the side of Major Pride. The Liam Po became a little bit of a useless engage tool because he was a little bit too far back. Everyone was a little bit too overexposed, especially like the Ganem Mo. And once that's exposed, you kind of just then got to rush in, take the kills where you can, because if you don't, that's when the damage comes from Major Pride. But unfortunately, we just didn't quite see it after that kind of midpoint of the game.
Yeah, and like most of the team fights, it just kind of felt like Major Pride weren't really all on the same page and just trying to go in. They were very piecemeal. Like, things were happening throughout. They weren't target prioritizing correctly. It seemed like they were a little bit off here. And NR, you know, just kind of made them pay. They were like, hey, you want a team fight? I think that our team fight is far superior. We're going to go in for that. And Bobned was just an absolute menace up front, just with all that control.
Yeah, I mean, I'd liked the Liempo originally going into this, like I said, with my initial points, saying Byron, Liempo, quite a strong front line. We saw it very much within that beginning and early game. It really shined, but as you get more towards that late game, NRX kind of have that team comp that's just able to scale, and the health just keeps amassing and amassing and amassing. And speaking of massing, it is MVP Atix for the first time on the side of next Ruya. So, hey, taking the spotlight off of Ryu this time around. We see the 89.7k damage dealt, the 5.2, the 528 KDA, and then obviously damage taken as well. So you can really see for those watching at home, Yao's not just all about doing the damage. He can take that damage as well.
Yeah, and he was just, I think he really caught him off guard. It really didn't seem like Major Pride had an answer for that. Olimsky had to play on the defensive from the beginning, and that's not what he wanted to do. He wasn't able to get the farm. So, again, Atix did a great job of just taking over the game, understanding that, you funnel the farm to him, he's going to carry you, and he did very, very well. Props to Atix.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of carrying, we're going to carry ourselves into a short break, guys, before we get into game 2. I don't think it's going to end there, though. I think Major Pride definitely have still some of that fuel in the tank to try and take a round from next Ruya. So don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you in a brief moment.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2. I am Blam, and with me is HoK, and we've just witnessed next Ruya take Game 1 from Major Pride. Are they going to take a next Game 2, or is it going to be a back and forth between these two teams?
Yeah, I'm expecting to be a little bit more back and forth, right? I think that this is a good game for next Rio, being able to bounce back, finding ways to come back. That's not easy to do, especially against a team like Major Pride. They figured something out, and it looks like it was going to be the Atix Yao. That's going to get them back in this game. But now I do expect in Game 2, does Major Pride maybe look for a respect ban on the Yao here?
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a ban that they need to kind of push out there. I honestly feel that Lian Po was a great counter, right? But like I was saying in the post-match analytics was that the Tremor Smash was being baited. So the Tremor Smash was going to be ultimately the counter for the Yao. But once they baited the Tremor Smash, Yao was able to just dip, dodge, and dodge into the team, into the backline, and able to do a lot of damage. So I don't think we'll see a ban for it. I think we just may see another counter pick. I honestly think that the Shuangzi, if they do go for Zhang Fei on the side of next Ryu this time around, or we could see Zhang Fei being a prio pick here for Major Pride.
Okay, well, I feel like Major Pride did not know how to dodge a wrench, not even a dodgeball. They couldn't dodge anything at that point because NR were just kind of on point. They were running at you, and they were just kind of imposing their will on the enemy team. So next Ruya right now, it's one of those things where they get to that midpoint, they get comfortable, and they just start to dominate.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of it, Major Pride, they've gone for the blue side again. They've gone to try and make this Ali work for Kinesis. However, the side of next Ruya, we've been seeing, we were both there at Saudi Arabia, right, HoK, that red side seemed to just dominate all the time because you're able to do exactly this. You're able to go for a very solid pick that you know is going to be pretty much only in one lane. But then you can go for your flex pick like the Huan, who could either be going into the mid lane or you could flex into the jungle, depending on how you feel the draft's going to go for your enemy team. But Major Pride have the major upholstery of the Ali, but it just depends on how that kind of weighs out, right? The Kinesis on Ali was okay, but I don't think it was enough to kind of insta-lock it again. They could have gone for the Loon.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, Major Pride pick up the most, kind of cannon blast Yuhan, maybe catching him out. You're definitely, it's possible. I do think it's one of those heroes that can potentially counter it. It's not like a hard counter. There's definitely a lot of skill involved, but the Musashi pick here, definitely something that they, are looking to kind of mitigate some of the aggressiveness that they want to have, right? Yuan wants to kind of provide that vision and has that sustainability. Musashi is just going to be up in your face and says, hey, you want to sustain this, and just goes after you. So they have a little bit of a counter on that one. You being a Musashi main, Blam, your thoughts on this pick here?
I mean, I'm always going to say I like it, right? I'm always going to say I like it. But when you're running into a Zhang Fei that's able to basically just burst you out of your... You're going to be gunning for one hero, right? You're going to try and go for the backline. You're going to go and try and go for the Lung. But the issue is, Lung can also be up into the sky. He can make himself untargetable, so it makes the duel at death a little bit useless. Same with the Hugh Huan, right? So these two untargetable heroes are going to be looking for making themselves untargetable for that right point. There's no point using a duel to death onto the Zhang Fei because you're going to get CC'd out of it.
Yeah, you're going to get CC'd. I mean, look, I think that Major Pride probably need a little bit more control just to kind of lock those two, right? Lung, somewhat squishier. Yuan, if you can kind of lock her down and make sure that she doesn't get anywhere, she's going to fall as well. So definitely something that Major Pride need to do as they get into the second phase or the last phase of this draft.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping the Motsu is the support pick, right? I feel like they need a little bit more of damage in that mid lane, because if they go for the Motsu into the mid lane, yes, they get the play style that they can make those calls and go in with the cannon blasts, and it looks like I was correct there, thankfully, for the side of Major Pride. I think that could have been a pretty brutal mistake for them. They do go for the Angela, which is a great anti-tank hero in that mid lane.
Yeah, it has the potential to just kind of burst them down. You know, it's one of those things. But I'm not a huge fan of Angela. Not to say that I'm a mid player, but I do feel like, you know, she's a little immobile for my liking, right? She's got to have perfect positioning. I do think Red is going to be up for that task. We know that he's quite good. You know, even the Ganon Mo and now the Angela here. You have that potential. But now the Elaine, which you're picking into, I'm not a huge fan, because Elaine can get to that back line. And again, if you're just playing very static, you're going to have a hard time trying to get away from him.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got the Yukio Tachiyabana again, so another great single target assassin in that jungle. And it looks like the Hugh Huan is going to go into the mid lane there. So again, big pick, great appearance from this hero for the majority of the Open Series. Probably a little bit of an after effect for the mid-season invitational, because we saw this hero getting picked up quite frequently. We commented on this yesterday. She's able to set up the tempo, able to basically navigate your team to victory. And when that is the case, when you have the tempo, when you have the wind in your sails, you're able to just dominate that game. And hopefully that's not going to be the case for Major Pride. They need to do everything they can in this game too.
I think this is pretty much it. You know, again, just everything is on the line at this point. You lose, you're out of this one. So I think that the biggest thing is just playing that comfort hero that you will, you know, just go to the ends of the earth with. You will die with, so to speak, because this is the most comfortable hero you've got. I do like Major Pride's lineup. I think they have a good chance. Everyone's kind of playing the heroes that they're kind of familiar with, but it's all about execution at this stage.
Yeah, we just got to really hope that Kinesis is able to master this early this time around. We had some really good plays, but with the, like, she has the ability to block projectiles, right? But we saw many times that Quazia was able to bait that ability first before she was even able to use it. So I think we just need to see that part of the playstyle for Kinesis change for it to make it to be a successful pick.
Yeah, I mean, potentially we'll have to see. Quasari did a great job. I mean, you talk about the whole baiting pieces, and Kinesis didn't have the greatest of games. He needs to really step up this game. I think that there's more pressure going into this one, considering the fact that they need that damage dealer, somebody that can back up Olimsky, who's just going to be running at you and potentially doing some damage there.
Yeah, I really hope that they're able to kind of put themselves back into this race, get back on the saddle. We see that Shizuki is going back for the Charlotte, which we saw yesterday. It was a fantastic performance onto the Charlotte. The team that they were against was nowhere near to the caliber of next Ruya, in my opinion. But we'll see how Shizuki's able to navigate and go into the backlines with this Charlotte. But hey, a little bit of engage, a little bit of trading here, trying to just make sure that these farm lane heroes are able to get enough resources above the rest.
Yeah, a small little play there by Bob, who actually blocked the cannon blast, ensuring that the pheasant or the Firehawk was going to be killed and secured by Quasari. Just, it's the small things that really just kind of help your team along. And look at this net worth. It's starting to grow. Next, Ruya just finding, again, just any sort of farm on the map and taking it away from MP. And it looks like the Blazing Brilliance onto Atixi. It looks like he's going to be knocked up and he's going to be killed. And Shisui makes the rotation, gets first blood. That's a nice one for him.
Yeah, very nice one. I think it would have been a little bit of a intentional death there if the death on Sunset came through for Liz. They kind of had to just call their... just basically end their losses there. They were pretty much caught in the camp of the Overlord. We saw that Yukio was trying to dash over the wall, didn't quite make the cuts. So, unfortunately for the side of NRX, they're able to kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, like, you slam into the wall. It's like, oops, I kind of messed up a little bit. It does happen to the best of us, but unfortunate there. And now it looks like, again, the net worth lead neck and neck at this point. But, okay, let's talk a little bit more about this mid lane here. Who are you giving the edge to? Ryu on the Yuan or Red on the Angela here?
I mean, going into team fights, both of these have different utilities, right? Angela is going to be basically from a very far distance with the Blazing Brilliance, just being able to position herself very correctly. The CC immunity is also going to stop the utility of any stuns coming through, any knockups as well, which is great. But the Hugh Huan, like I said, sustain is incredible on this hero. And she's able to get the knockups as well, go untargetable. It's hard to call, right? But I'm probably going to give the edge to Hugh Huan.
Okay, all right. Putting more pressure on Ryu, but you know, I like it. I think that he's, you know, he's the guy for this one, right? Really needs to step up. I think that he's gonna have, you know, like Red is kind of, if you have good support in the sense of people just kind of providing a lot of, you know, a distraction, so to speak, I think you're going to have a much better time. But Quasri here gets the Tyrant here. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be off the mark. Olimsky trying to get over the wall. He does, but he walks into, it looks like it's going to be, he's going to go straight down for that one. Olim is down for the count. Unfortunate for him.
You can kind of see what they were going for there, yeah? Kashi Batir was able to activate Think Inside the Box, but nobody was inside the box. No, everyone was thinking outside the box, which is a good thing normally, right?
Yeah, I've done that, so it's kind of embarrassing too. When you do think inside the box, you completely whiff, and you're like, ah,
a little bit of PTSD coming back there for you, Paul. He's like, oh no, I've been here before.
Sometimes I just let it go because, you know, I'm just gonna rock the shame. You know, I'm gonna love it. But the Blazing Brilliance doing a lot of damage. Bobnet is gonna back off. He's gonna be fine.
Are we talking about rocking the shame? Do you put some shades on, but then just cry underneath them? How does that fall?
Oh, no. I just kind of own it. No shades, no need to hide. I just take it, you know. And then that's usually when my teammates report me, usually.
That's when the toxicity comes through, but speaking of coming through here.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst. Oh, the Think Inside the Box does connect just to barely. He does get him, and it looks like Kinesis is going to get the kill here. Kinesis does need to be careful. The Infinite Vastus snipes him down, and he has the ride the win. Continuing on, and he's doing so much damage, but Kashi flashes away, somehow surviving. Quasri, though, very low. It looks like the first in the launch up in the duel to the death, and Olimsky makes a nice rotation and takes the bottom T1.
Yeah, perfect performance there from Olimsky, right? I mean, he almost died to the T1. I think he was kind of hoping that his teammate there in the farm lane was just going to kind of push those minions and then get them into the T1. But, hey, he managed to just take it head on. He was able to just completely defeat that Titan. He's like, I'll take the damage. I'll just do it. Don't worry. Just don't worry. You go back. You go back.
Yeah, and he got it. It was just enough, but again, NR just realizing that, hey, there's a gank going in the bottom lane. The top lane, the Blazing Brilliance. Oh, not enough. Liz is going to get dove on, but Kashi not able to get the kill with the Peacebringer, and it looks like NR somehow survive.
I think it's just because they got great control on these minion waves, right? They're able to just kind of just completely get rid of them before those 3v1s try and take place. And right now, when you've got squishy heroes like the Angela, Motsu doesn't have the most health as well, so it's kind of hard to go with those dives.
Yeah, it is a bit hard at that point. I mean, they timed it. They understood that they're like, hey, we might get ambushed. They barely got away. Again, just the limits to the hero are going to be used. But, oh, the Blazing Brilliance, the Death at Sunset's going to dodge that one. He does finesse himself out of there one, and Liz survives again.
Yeah, this is the kind of the single case use of the Death on Sunset being a great thing. It's not only an offensive ultimate, but it can also be a defensive mechanism as well, being able to just go take to the sky and then keep yourself alive, but then maybe try and rethink where you're going to go. But hey, Blazing Brilliance.
Oh, Atix getting so low. He's going to be killed, and it looks like they have the duel to the death. Alim gets another kill. He's starting to just rack him up. He's 2-2-0, but, you know, he does have the most net worth on his team.
Yes, most net worth on his team, and just about the same, well, same amount of net worth as the
Blazing Brilliance. The Umbrella
bomb.
Hoppers not able to do it, but the infinite fastness. Quasari stays alive, dodges the cannon blast. They have 3, and it looks like Major Pride just forcing it down, just being aggressive. The cannon blast is going to be used as well. Kashi misses the Peacebringer. Quasari backs off, but he's going to give up the T1 top.
Blue team has destroyed
Yeah, no piece was bought at that clash lane there, but what was purchased was that T1 takedown into the clash lane. But nicely done by Major Pride. They are being very aggressive, and I think that's what they've got to do. It's quite exhausting to be this aggressive all the time, but hey, if this is what the win needs, that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, and if you do that, I mean, if you're going to be aggressive, you're taking away farm. So the game, in a set essence, obviously you got to be spread throughout, and it might be a little bit difficult to, attack on all fronts, but you can dictate where the fights are going to be. And it looks like the next big one is going to be the Tyrant here. This is going to be spotted out by NR. Do they go in for this one? Yes, they get the steal. They get the smite, and Bob somehow gets the steal. The death at Sunset. Liz gets back to safety as well, and they come out the victors in that one.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Major Pride, a little bit of a smite diff. A lot of pressure there when you know Zhang Fei's got that second smite.
Yeah, and it's a huge one, right? It catches them out guard. You only expect one sometimes, and it's actually quite on point, especially if you're like Bob and you're fast fingers and you're able to get those kills or those steals. It's actually huge for Bob.
Yep, so far so good for both of these teams, right? It's a little bit of the same song and dance from game 1. We see that Major Pride are a little bit ahead with the kills. Gold has pretty much neutralized right now, but then the neutral objectives and the tower stories are 2 completely different sides of the coin.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst pushing Kashi back, but it looks like they're going to turn it around. Quasari's been killed, and Alimsky's got a double. He's got exactly what you wanted in terms of the team fight. The Death at Sunset's going to a little off the mark. Atix gets back to safety. All 5 members from MP still alive, but they've gotten 2 kills. A huge win for Major Pride.
Yep, great performance once more from Alimsky, getting that 4-2-0 KDA so far. He's now ahead of Gold of everybody on the Gorge right now, which is a nice place for you to be in. Like I said, you just got to keep maintaining that. But the good thing that's coming through here is obviously the defensive items, as well as this basic attack that's going to now be enhanced, but also slow down your enemy team.
All right, last game, Alimsky did not have the greatest game. I mean, it was an average game. It wasn't the worst, but for Alimsky's standards, a little on the low side. Unbridled Outburst here. He jumps over the wall. He's going to be fine. Liz is going to use the Death at Sunset. He wants to maybe go for this one, but it looks like they're going to group up. They need to be careful with this Tyrant here. They don't want to give it up. NR playing it to the wing, to the edge. It looks like the Mortal Tempo is going to keep him. Oh, he does go down in the end. Ryu is going to be killed in MP. This is the opening. They're going to force it down. They're going to look to take this Tyrant, and all NR can do is watch.
Yeah, you can kind of see what NR was trying to do there. Just trying to cut it off, trying to play the Tyrant to the edge of its boundaries. But then Major Pride came through with the Blazing Brilliance. Kinesis getting the takedown onto Ryu was, again, still that aggression. It burns fast, but it's burning bright for Major Pride.
Yeah, and they're finding it, right? This is a different game. MP right now figuring things out, being more aggressive. They've changed it up. They did not like how game 1 went. They're going to look to do game 2 their way, which is, of course, being aggressive, sticking together, winning those team fights, which is really not what happened in game 1.
No, yeah, we saw little parts of, like, victories for the side of Major Pride. They were able to take those 1v1s, able to take those kind of, like, uneven team fights, but then when it came to trying to go 5v5, they struggled in game 1. But game 2 is looking a lot harder for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder now. I mean, Atix really needs to step up like he did in game 1 and just carry the game. Not the easiest of things to do, especially against the Titan like Major Pride. But this is one of those things where, how do they get back in the game? How do they repeat the success of game 1 where they were able to come back? This is going to be a much more difficult game because Major Pride does not want to give up any sort of freebies, so to speak. But the Blazing Brilliance, all the Unbridled Outbursts pushing them back, and it will be the end of that fight.
Yeah, that was a nice combo, right? With the Cannon Blast, with the Blazing Brilliance. If it connected a little faster, if they were able to just kind of burst down a little bit more, I think we probably would have saw an engage there from Shuzivsky and Alimsky going straight in, because that's where they capitalize, right? When your enemy team are already low as you're going to an engage, Masashi shines and the Charlotte pick shines as well. But it looks like they've pushed the T2, maybe going for this Overlord.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take this one. I don't think that anybody, they want any sort of action, especially since Olimsky is starting to really pop off. Again, net worth, huge. 8.5, highest in the game. He's definitely controlling, definitely angry, and this is not what you want to see if you're an NR fan.
Yeah, I mean, the Frost Scar Embrace really helps the Musashi build here, especially when you've got slippery heroes on the side of next Ruya, able to slow them down. The more basic attacks you do, it kind of just makes them a little bit harder to get out of those interactions. And Blazing Brilliance coming through once more, giving a lot of pressure onto Bobnet. Again, a Zhang Fei that is not full health is not a scary Zhang Fei.
Yeah, not as scary. I mean, he's still kind of tanky. And I mean, of all of the members of next Ruya, probably you want the Zhang Fei Bob to kind of be tanking those things and doing face checks in the bushes. But sometimes, at some point, he's going to get completely bursted down, right? And Kashi and, Red have a nice little 1-2 punch, and they combo them down, but not able to do it on that one.
Yeah, you can see the Sun Chaser coming through for the Ollie, so this is a perfect time for Kinesis, not at the Crystal to purchase Sun Chaser, but right now, having that Sun Chaser going into this higher ground turret fight could be crucial.
Could be crucial. The Vanguard will be pushing. They're trying. Oh, nice 3-man cannon blast, connecting the Unbridled Outburst, the Infinite Vastness. He wants to go. No, he's going to go defensive. He does a U-turn. He does not want any of that smoke. And it looks like Olimsky is going to be killed, and that's going to be a huge win. But Ryu's been killed in return. Nice thing inside the box. They end up getting something. They've gotten 3 thus far. They're pushing the bottom T3. And are back in the fountain. They're looking to heal. It looks like MP are just going to go a little bit slowly. They're not going to go for the base. They want to go for T3s instead. Looks like they're going to change their attention a little bit, but it's just attracting attention for Shisui to get that mid T3. Now they're going to look to just take out the rest of them, and they do end up killing Bob, and they take the base, and they strike back. Major Pride take game 2.
Yep, you can kind of see towards the end of that game, the Angela's utility as an anti-tank mage is huge. Bobnet could not stand a chance, especially when those cannon blasts from Kashi Batir were coming through with just complete poetic justice. The cannon blast coming through, Blazing Brilliance, hitting where it needed to, really put NRX in a very tough situation towards that late game.
Yeah, those, again, the combination was just on point. They were just setting it up. It was like volleyball in the sense of the set and the spike and just slamming it down, just taking them out, right? Once you've got that pick off, it's easy pickings for the rest of them because you can take a team fight 5 versus 4 any day of the week. That's where they want it to be. And Major Pride really striking back in that game too. And I mean, if we're looking at some of these stats here, like Kinesis and Olimsky, both top on their team, really carry this game here.
Yeah, I mean, I gave Kashi Batir a bit of a hard run in the beginning part of the draft, right, saying they're going for the Motsu. Again, this is a hero for those watching in chat that once you play on the back foot, which we saw from game 1, could have been an absolute, definite, realistic outcome for the side of Major Pride once more. It's hard to come back from when you're the Motsu, right? But the way that Red and Kashi played those two together into those team fights, and not to undershadow Kinesis, and as well as Shizuki, able to completely go through the rest of that game too, right? Without dropping a single death is pretty huge and really showing how great of a player in the Clash lane Shizuki is.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team was great, right? Olimsky, I mean, he died 3 times, but he had the highest net worth almost the entire game. So that speaks volumes just about his playstyle, his ability to get farm and kills and just have that impact. And look at that damage dealt, 33% on that team, very high. Even with those 3 deaths, it doesn't matter because, again, Olimsky was like, I got this game, get on, I'm going to carry you guys.
Yeah, you can see from that goal graph right there, towards the beginning of the game, towards that mid-game, we thought that next Ruya were going to be taking a second game from Major Pride, but it was all around when they was able to secure those bigger neutral objectives like the Shadow Tyrant, like the Shadow Overlord as well, where we really started to see Major Pride start to shine when we saw that Kashi and Red were starting to work together as well with the projectiles landing through, just hitting completely differently, just completely regaining all our confidence in Kashi after that think inside the box error towards the backside of that Tyrant, right? It really kind of popped off towards that point.
Yeah, and again, just the team is really starting to play well together. Olimsky had 2 early deaths, but he still played aggressive, understanding that he's going to continue on. He's going to play his playstyle. Look at him. In the heart of the enemy team, the duel to the death was on point, setting things up, just letting him go. And Ryu, not able to get away, wants to have that slow, sustaining one. But again, MP was just so aggressive. They have that burst, and they're able to take you down. Even with Olimsky dying his 3rd time here in 13 minutes, the rest of the team had enough momentum to get going. Kinesis was starting to pop off, and he was starting to do so much damage. Look at that blazing brilliance by Red. So on point, just burning everybody down, getting a whole bunch of kills.
And speaking of Red A, MVP, I probably wouldn't think that anybody else is deserving of that. Obviously, Olimsky had a great performance. Shizuki didn't die at all. But overall, the way that this player overturned the scale of these team fights is definitely MVP worthy, right? 88.9k damage taken, 218 KDA, and then obviously just being able to dictate the paces of those team fights and actually just completely toppling them from what seemed like a team fight that was going to go for next Ruya in all sense, just went over to Major Pride. But before we get into the last game between these two teams who have fought tooth and nail to get here, we're going to take a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay in the chat. It's going to be a banger of a Game 3.
ultimate from Redski, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be untargeted.
Очень плохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет как и Юнит раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we just see in here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh. We are going to be getting into Game 3. Finally, within the EMEA region, we get a full best-of-3 hauler very, very soon between Major Pride and next Ruya. And honestly, from those past 2 games, I can't quite call it how this one's actually going to go.
I kind of feel like there's a little bit of momentum on Major Pride. I think that they got slighted in game 1. They were definitely winning in the early game of game 1, but next Ruya were able to bounce back. In this one, it was in game 2, Major Pride were able to just kind of control the game from beginning to end. I think Major Pride have learned from their mistakes of game 1, and I do feel like they're going to be very strong into this game 3 here.
Yeah, I think the reason and the main kind of objective that they had in that game 2, which enabled them to, no matter how far the game went, as long as they kept that gold lead in check, they were able to get Kashi and Red to kind of focus and really make those team fights go in their favor. But speaking of favors, this is where the favor bans come through. So Mai Shiranui being the first ban on the side of Major Pride. And hey, to be honest, I am not angry at that, but the Musashi Prio ban from next Ruya really shows that they don't want to play against that hero again.
Yeah, definitely respect, right? I think next Ruya had no answers for the Olimsky Musashi. So respect ban, especially up front. They're not playing around. They don't want to deal with this going into game 3. Huge for them, right? I think it's a big sign of respect for the enemy team here. But again, now that you've kind of opened it up, there are other potential picks now, like the Ogren.
There is indeed. So they do have the blue side. Ogren's been taken off. The Chow is still available. We still have Ali available. But this now means that Major Pride gets those 2 solid picks. They could go for Kashi's big pick, the Zhang Fei, right? Because we saw him on it yesterday. It was brutal. It was great. It was aggressive. It was everything that Major Pride need going into this game 3 to get them to that grand final.
Ooh, look at you calling it, Blam. Very nice.
Hey, hey.
It's got the lady
I swear I'm professional. I swear I'm professional.
Yeah. It's starting to shine. I mean, this is what it is. It's one of those things where, hey, if you're going to ban it out and you're going to pick the Arlie first pick, then the other things open up. And again, the Lady Jean, very highly contested, very high meta. It's a great mid laner. It had so much to the team in terms of control and damage, something that you want. But now NR with the Yao and the Moats pick here.
Yeah, they're going for that setup, right? I mean, that Motsu could still be in the mid lane. We're still yet to see. Again, could still do just as well in the mid lane, especially against the Lady Jen, keeping her away, using those cannon blasts to make sure that those destructive deluges don't come through and completely deluge you. But the Arlie pick is pretty huge for them, right? Like, that is a good pick for the side of for Quasir. So it's the first time we're going to be seeing him on it, because he did pretty much attach himself to the Lung pick pretty much for the rest of the tournament. We saw him on 1 game yesterday on the Arlie, right? So it's going to be something that he's comfortable with, but the Lung was just the second piece. But this is looking a lot more like Major Pride's draft from game yesterday with the Jing, the Zhang Fei, and the Lady Jen. Is this the trio that they need to win the game 3?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. Olimsky is going to go back to the Jing. He didn't have much success. He did lose the jungle matchup against Atix's Yao. So this is going to be interesting going into this one. The fact that, NR had picked the Yao, MP was just like, Olimsky was just like, hey, I got this one. I know what I made, or what errors I made in game 1. I'm going to do much better. So I know how to play this matchup. Let's go for it in game 3. Locks it in. Going into this one, I'm a little hesitant going into this one because, again, you've lost it already. But being able to bounce back, is Olimsky able to just kind of pull another rabbit out of a hat here?
I think with the banning of Princess Frost, it kind of opens up Olimsky to be having a lot more control on the Jing, right? Because that's the thing that ultimately in game 1 really stopped him having those really successful mirror domains. Yes, he still shined through, But that winter is coming is a real showstopper when it comes to a hero like Jing. Somebody that's locked into a circle. When you drop your AoE that locks you into a circle with slow damage over time, it's pretty hard for an assassin like Jing to play through. But the Mayin for Shizuki is a different pick here. We haven't seen him on the Mayin yet. Normally on the likes of the Byron, on the Elaine. This time around, he's going for a little bit of a different playstyle.
Different play style, but still aggressive. And I think that it's basically what the team needs. They need a little bit more. But oh my gosh, the Milan and then the Angela pick to kind of round out the next Ruya picks, the draft here. Your thoughts on these two picks?
So I'm very excited for Liz to finally get that Mulan pick. So this was a great pick for the player Liz in Season 1 Invitational. He was one of the best Mulans, I'd probably say, in that tournament. So for him to pick up this pick, and now they definitely mean it. They definitely want to get to that grand final, right? And then the Angela pick paired with the Motsu. Again, as long as they don't play on the back foot with the Motsu, I think next Ruya have a game-winning team comp here. Again, the Yao has free reign. Yes, there's the destructive deluge. We do have the unbridled outburst from the Zhongfei, but the way that this hero is very slippery, I think we could be seeing a lot of dodge here.
Yeah, a lot of dodge potentially going into this one. But okay, the picks are locked in. The Mulan, we haven't seen too much of it. Yao throughout even the past two in the regional play. So this is going to be very interesting going into this one. Are they putting all of their eggs in a somewhat, untested sort of hero comp? Or is this, this is the bee's knees in that sense of this is the new meta. This is the way to play it. Your thoughts on these drafts, and who do you give the edge to, Blam?
I mean, it is game 3, right? Game 3 of the semifinals. This is where all those little pocket picks are now going to come out to play. We've seen Atix on the Yao. We've seen Alimsky on the Jing. Very great, very comfortable players on these heroes. But the likes of Liz bringing out the Mulan and obviously Ryu on the Angela, a little bit different to the Hu Huan and the Lady Jen we've seen in day 1 and day 2. But now we get Kinesis onto the Marco Polo as well, which is going to be quite scary. If this is one of his big picks, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and I mean, it was the last pick, Marco Polo. Kinesis is just like, hey, this is the way. I know it's a perfect counter to Quasari's Arlie here. It's going to be an interesting matchup considering Kinesis has been playing nothing but Arlie going into this one. But, he felt like he had something. Is he, as confident as Kin is on the Marco Polo? We're going to have to find out here.
Yeah, the interesting thing they've gone for here with the Marco Polo, though, Kinesis is not gone for the cleanse, so he's going to be pretty sure that he's not going to get caught out by any of that CC, the likes of the Cannon Blast, any of the CC and the slow coming from Mulan as well. So, hey, most credit to him. If he's confident to go for the stun instead, that's really aggressive.
Okay, I feel like confidence is one thing, but some things are inevitable, right? You're gonna get cannon blasted at some point. You're gonna be slowed down. You're gonna be stunned. So I am worried about that. I'm hoping that the rest of MP are able to provide a lot of space so that he doesn't actually get focused. That would be ideal for Kinesis here. But a little bit of a skirmish already, just fighting for boars. I think nothing is really gonna amount of it.
Yeah, no, nothing, not quite just yet. We don't have, well, actually, yeah, we are now getting into the area of level 4 territory where it's now the 2-minute mark. All the players, bar Bobned, are all level 4 or above. So taking the fights now would have been really interesting, but I think we're going to have to wait until around about the neutral objective spawn, right? They're going to wait to try and take dominance into this farm lane to try and take the first tyrant for either of these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be huge here. And I mean, I think the matchup of this game is going to be Atix, Yao, Alimsky, Jing. I think that these two, whoever has the better game is just going to win, right? I feel like the jungle players on both of these teams are, ride or die in the sense of, are they the top players? Are they able to carry this team? We've seen it, in the first 2 games where they were able to do so. So, again, you got to look out for where these two are at all times.
Yeah, these teams, both of these players, Atix and Alimsky, want to be the players in the limelight, right? I mean, didn't quite able to get that MVP of the last game, but hey, if it's not for players like Red QT, who's able to kind of set up those team fights and those plays, then the strive for the limelight is a pretty self-destructive one, right? You want to be striving as a team. You want to be proud that everybody gets their fair share, but right now, like you said, Paula, it is definitely down to Atix or Alimsky. Both these ride or die jungle players.
Yeah, it's going to be super close here, but oh my gosh. Okay, it looks like they're going to go in for this one. Bob somehow dodges the Resplendent Revolver. He's going to go in for this one. Nice think inside the box with the Peacebreaker. The Umbrella Outburst pushing him away, but the Fever Barrage is on point, and Bobnet is going to be killed. Atix is going to be killed as well, and that was perfect. The Umbrella Outburst pushing him away, giving Kinesis the time to get the Fever Barrage off, and picks them both off.
Hey, like I said, we called out the stun, right? You said it's either overconfident or it could be something else, but that stun saved that play, right? They went into the Fever Barrage, they dropped the stun and was able to get a lot of damage. A double kill for Kinesis. They pick up the Tyrant, the first Tyrant of the game. This is already setting up for a huge early game for the side of Major Pride.
We're talking about Kinesis more from an isolation standpoint, right? Just having, you know, no cleanse on this one. But I totally forgot about the Kashi Batir factor. He's able to just come in and save him, and that Unbridled Outburst completely saving him, giving him the double kill of Kinesis, that is, and just turning that fight on its head, so to speak. But, oh man, Alimsky, angry, gets that kill, and Ryu's down for the count.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a technical pause here. It seems like there's a bit of an issue. I don't know whether it's on the side of Major Pride or onto next Ruya, but the way that they went into that Blazing Brilliance, it looked like Ryu was like, yeah, I've got this Lady Chen on the back line. And then he's just like, Alimsky's like, hang on a minute, hold my beer, and then just goes straight in with a Jing and gets that nice little kill for the side of Major Pride, which this is the kind of thing they need to do in the early game, right? Is just make the mental plays for themselves, being like, hey, we are controlling this game. You are not in control. It is Major Pride that are in control. For the Eastern European region, we are going to be taking this game from you. We don't want to see a potential 2 Turkey teams in that KC. We want some representation. That is what's really on the line here for Major Pride.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake. I mean, just going into this one, winner moves on, goes to the grand finals, which is going to be later today. We're going to find out who wins this one. But again, it comes back to this one, right? Alimsky makes a great play, ensures that he gets that mid laner and he gets that pick off, which is exactly what you want. He was actually making a rotation, but he got the free food on the way, and he's just going to continue to farm here.
Yeah, speaking of free food, though, Jing and Yao are both pretty close in the gold. Almost getting caught out there was Kinesis, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, playing the hero to the limit. This is the Marco Polo. This is scary, right? I mean, if he's able to get farm and he's able to kind of control himself, I mean, he's got, what, 3.5? He's the highest on the team, and that's not what you want to see as a next Ruya fan. Oh, he Cannon Blast him just to kind of stop the recall.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that ticks me off in ranked games, right? You are recalling, a Cannon Blast comes through from downtown, you're like, hey, have some respect, I'm recalling here. And it just completely upsets your whole mojo.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Oh, okay, Kinesis gets caught out. He's going to be killed in the bottom lane, and that's going to be a huge win for them. Kashi was not able to save him on that one, but Quasari was waiting in the wings, and sure, he gets that pick off, and that's a huge win for next Ruya as they got their first kill.
Yeah, it's definitely where they want to be now. They want to kill on the board, right? They don't want to make sure that it's too clear to anybody watching that Major Pride are trying to be in control here. But hey, okay, some more things coming through.
Oh, Red with a nice Ocean of Tears, but the nice thing inside the box, keeping him alive, and does it again, and they locked him in with that Peacebreaker going in for this one, and now Kashi's on the run, but oh, they might have gone too far. Atix gets back to safety. The Cannon Blast being thrown out, and that's going to be a little off the mark, and that's going to slow things down.
Yeah, you can kind of see with the Zhongfei failing there, but that's not enough. Red almost dying there to Atix. That was very aggressive from the side of next Ruya, but these Cannon Blasts are relentless.
I mean, basically, whenever they're off cooldown, he's going to continue to do it. He gets the pick off, and he does end up killing Red. But, okay, so there's one thing to take note of. Kashi was getting burned by the Blazing Brilliance, but Red actually had the Ocean of Tears, stunned up, Rue there, so it kind of slowed things down, let Kashi survive, but somehow Red got picked off. Too many Cannon Blasts in the face, not good for your health.
Yeah, definitely not good. Too many Cannon Blasts that are prescribed by the doctor are one too many, right? And we've seen a bit of a dominance, a bit of an invade here from next Ruya.
Oh, they've gotten Olimsky. That's a huge win for them. Liz coming from the side. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be used as well. And they found Kinesis. He was caught out, not able to get away. Atix is starting to turn it up. Oh, man, Atix on this Yao is so scary as he's the highest level on the entire game.
It's not only that, though. I have to give props to Bobnet. These cannon blasts are hitting completely different. They're hitting from anywhere and everywhere. It's kind of like it's got the range of the blazing sun arrow, right, of HoYi, but it's just unstoppable. He's landing it, like, every time.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup with Ryu's Angela here, right? You got the Cannon Blast, the Blazing Brilliant, Chaos Cinder on top with the Blazing Brilliance. Like, you just, like, toast them, and that's exactly what they're trying to do, just trying to set things up, and we kind of saw that going into this one. The combination was potentially there. I mean, we've seen it in, game 2 with this combination. So, again, just very scary. Bobnet is like a sniper with that thing.
Yeah, it's a really hairy situation you want to be in. Well, you don't want to be in if you're Major Pride, right? But you do want it if you are next Ruya. Again, a lot of aggression coming through here. They're able to take all T1s away from Major Pride. This is an issue.
Yeah, no towers taken. A nice two-man Cannon Blast there. No towers taken thus far by MP. Now they're kind of on the run. They have to back off. The Unbridled Outburst, they get the pick off, and they got Ryu. That's a huge win. Kinesis somehow surviving. He's going to roaming gun forward. Wants to at least take the minions first. Quasari on the run. He's so low. The Cannon Blast slowing it down, and the Tix is just like, guys, just hold him off so I can take this tyrant. And he does take that.
Yeah, able to take the second tyrant of the game is Attic, so a great play there for the side of next Ruya. They lose one member, but they're able to pick up the tyrant. I think that is a solid trade for the team, but over to the side of Major Pride, they honestly need to start doing some macro, putting some of the pressure onto these lanes, right? Because if they don't start opening these lanes, these mid to late game, potential game finishes is going to be a lot hard to actually get for themselves.
Look at Atix. He's got 7K highest. Nobody has even 6K on the side of MP right now. So they're very, very behind. They've obviously have done a great job of funneling for Atix's Yao. We saw it in game 1. He is a monster on this thing. I think any team that's watching this has to kind of respect Bandits because, he's on another level with this hero.
Yeah, it's definitely down to exposure and experience against this hero, right? Especially within the competitive scene, it can kind of throw you off. That's the whole point of those pocket picks. It's kind of like, they didn't scrim this. We've never played against this. And it really shows here that Major Pride are a little bit baffled, a little bit like a deer in the headlight, right?
Yeah, it's actually kind of, it's one of those things where you don't want to show those things. Oh, nice Ocean of Tears, Unbridled Outburst right on top of that, pushing him into the wall, the Mirror Domain, but Bob now trying to survive, but the Fever Barrage is on point, but he does die. He's going to be traded here. They're continuing to go on. Kashi getting a little bit low. Bob and Atix have both been killed as well, but they do get the double for Atix before he died, but they did get Kashi in return. It's a 3-for-3.
Yeah, Red QT was a little bit too far away there to try and drop any kind of destructive deluge there, which could have really tipped the scales of that team fight. But NRX looking to push this T2 with the minions as well very soon, which could be spelling more trouble for the side of Major Pride. They were able to get a 3-3 trade, which was huge for them. Could get them back into the race, but they are still behind. Here's the replay of that great engage.
Nice fight there. Kinesis dying a little early, though. That was a little unfortunate. They needed his damage. Kashi running for his life at this point. Quasari sniping him down. You got to find out where Quasari is. Oh, Olimsky is down for the count. Liz is going to be killed, so it's a 1-for-1. But Olimsky going down, no bueno.
Yeah, no bueno, no problemo. But what is a problemo is the potential here for NRX to completely bounce back here. They are knowing that the jungle's not going to be contested, right? Olimsky is down, which is an issue. Olimsky is known for driving these kills on the side of Major Pride. T2 goes down into the clash lane as well. Again, another issue for Major Pride. This is not looking too good in this game 3, right?
Yeah, not looking good. I mean, if you're looking at just the kills alone, you're kind of like, it's a bit of a, an even game. Oh, Atix gets picked off. Oh, Red. Oh, he gets the snipe somehow. Atix level 15 playing with fire. He was playing it to the maximum level, so to speak, and he does get picked off. That's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, a little bit lost in the sauce for Atix there, but hey, when it comes to this point of the game, you are pretty much 4K gold ahead of your enemy team. So you are going to get a little bit lost in the sauce. You're going to try and find those points where it tips the scale, but Bobnet in trouble.
Oh, Bobnet in trouble. The Femur Barrage has already been committed, but he's got him with the Resplendent Revolver. He does get the snipe off. Bobnet down for 35 seconds. They have 5 members of MP. They do end up taking the neutral, and that's one way of getting back in this game.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need to push these lanes, right? They need some sort of mechanic. They need that comeback mechanic for themselves. But looking over to the side of the itemization, you've seen a lot of Active Torments coming through as well. You can see the likes of the Venom and Staff to kind of counter that anti-heal that Yao has within his kit. And I think that's probably the staple itemization that you need, right? Is that Yao has a lot of anti-heal, a lot of heal, a lot of regen that can be an issue.
My only concern is that while Atix on the Yao has the highest net worth, he's been dying a lot, right? He's died 3 times already. He's been focused, right? And it looks like they're trying to slow him down as much as possible. Major Pride just kind of, targeting him specifically. But I think at the same time, Atix needs to let the team fights happen naturally. Let the rest of the team kind of go in, and he can then come in for like cleanup duty.
Yeah, I mean, he has that ways of getting in and getting out, right? He's able to kind of just dip, dive, and dodge into the team fight, then able to recall with his ultimate. But then, like you were saying there, Hola, it'd be nice to see Ryu and Bobnet set up some really nice plays for him, because that could make the world of a difference here for the side of next Ruya going into the next team fight.
Yeah, because most of the team fights have been like Atix going in, getting the pick off, and then you're just trying to force it. And it almost seems like it's 1 versus 5. Oh, but it looks like Ryu, he's going to be sniped out. Oh, now he wants to go. Okay, Atix does get back out of there. He's going to return to dust. He's going to be fine. But Quasari, not as lucky. He's going to be killed as well. And Major Pride are finding ways. They're clawing back into this game.
Yeah, Bobnet not quite hitting that Cannon Blast there, which is a bit unfortunate for him. The Splendor Revolver does come through from Kinesis. They're able to dodge that Cannon Blast once more, taking another T2 as well, which is huge for the side of Major Pride for getting themselves back on the saddle.
Yeah, this is scary now. Major Pride in the driver's seat, even though they're down with the net worth, but getting those 2 pickoffs, absolutely huge. A bit of a misplay by next Ruya here. They're trying to hold this and defend the top or the bottom T3. It's going to fall, so they've lost that. And again, you can't make those sort of mistakes, especially at this stage of the game.
No, this is a huge comeback here for Major Pride, taking the higher ground turret, which is now going to spawn those heavier minions in that farm lane, which is going to put more pressure when it comes to going for these team fights, when it comes to considering taking a team fight around these neutral objectives as well. And right now, we're seeing a neutralization of that gold lead. It's only 100 gold difference between them, but hey.
Oh, they're going to go in for this one. Ryu has been killed. Bob as well. Atix. Oh, line them up. They've gotten 3, and they've got that. Oh, they've gotten everything. The only thing they don't have are the minions, as it looks like Liz was just trying to cut the creep wave. He's going to be focused in. He's going to be... Oh, he does get 1 kill, but he's going to fall. But it's 4 members down. Tough situation right now for next Ruya. How do they hold?
Very tough situation for them. There's minions coming through into the mid lane. We see that Alimski's going for the Shadow Tyrant as well, which is going to be more and more damage going over to Kinesis. And right now, he's seeming like a very good player going into this one, really toppling the scales of this game, which could have easily gone to next Ruya. But what is going on to Major Pride right now is that higher ground turret into the mid lane, opening up more of those stronger minions, putting a lot more pressure. Honestly, I think if Major Pride want to take the game, they're going to have to do it soon. Because if this goes to the Tempest Dragon, it could be an issue for both of these teams.
Yeah, it could be, and you don't want that coin flip, right? I think going into this one, next Ruya, they had the advantage. I mean, you're seeing in the gold graph, they were in full control, but then a couple throws here and there, a couple deaths, not very good for that team, and it really let Major Pride get back in this game. They're going to watch this game, and they're going to see a lot of missed opportunities. It's not over yet. They are definitely, in prime position, or they have a chance to win, but now they're on the losing end. They have to be defensive. This is going to be a super close game going to the wire.
Very close game, and it's pretty much not over till the fat lady sings. But so far, there is no singing to be had. There is no Hugh Juan on the field. There is no unending sorrows, nothing of the sort. But what is currently clear is the kill lead, the gold lead, and the objective lead for Major Pride. They've got to hold on to this lead that they have right now and clutch it like their pearls.
All right, if the fat lady's singing, but if I were to wear a wig and I were to sing, would that work as well? No?
That doesn't constitute, no, I don't think so. You have to add a few extra pounds on, I think, Hola. Quite a few.
Okay, well. All right, but it looks like it's super close again. I mean, it looks like they're going to be pushed back. NR just trying to stay alive, trying to slow things down, maybe get some sort of lucky pickoff. Nice cannon blast there. We haven't seen too many of those converting into kills, but this is going to be a huge one for MP as they somehow look to take this Overlord here.
Yeah, they're going to try and take it fast, right? And faster is how they are doing it. They have the lane pressure. They have nobody around them from the side of next Ruya, which really means they're able to get that second Shadow Vanguard. So when things get tough, they can pop that bad boy down and get a fantastic split siege mechanic going through. But you can kind of see here, Kinesis has built the Sage's Sanctuary. He wants that second wind, and he's able to have it now. He can dive in, get those fevered barrages coming through, a dive, come back, try and do some more damage for himself. So I think this is a great pick. He has the attack speed that he needs. This is just a boiling point, right?
Yeah, a bit of a boiling point here, but okay, let's talk a little about Ryu, who was MVP twice in yesterday's both of their games. Hasn't had the greatest one here. He's almost neck and neck with his own roamer of Bobnet, but 8K at this point. He's been struggling to really make a difference in this one. A lot of it has been on Six's back. Him getting picked out has been super rough for them, as it looks like they've crashed in, taken the top 3-3. The base is wide open now.
Yep, the waves of Major Pride are slowly but surely crashing in here. You can see the Shadow Vanguard coming in from to the Clash lane as well. Is this where going to take the win?
Oh, Red, so low. He somehow survives, but Ryu is going to be killed. He gets sniped out. They didn't get anything in return. The Mirror Domain, the Cannon Blast does connect, but it's only on Takashi, who's super tanky. He likes that. He will eat those things for breakfast, but he does kill Alimsky, and that's going to be a huge one. The Resplendent Revolver is nice. The Sage's Sanctuary, but the Cannon Blast does connect, and now they're on the run. It looks like they're going to back off, but they do need to deal with these Vanguards. Somehow, they hold.
Yep, what a great defense there from next Ruya, right? Able to take out Alimsky, which could have been pretty much the toss of the coin, whether they won that fight at the Crystal or lost it. Sage's Sanctuary coming through, didn't actually get drawn or cooldowned for the side of Kinesis, but we did see on the side, I think it was Atix as well, that was able to get that taken from him, which is huge going into this next team fight.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Atix is in a bad spot. He's looking to just fight for this one, but he falls. Oh, that's massive. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be committed. Quasari does get the kill in return, though, and Alimsky is back off. Something they need to take note of, but they've gotten Liz as well. Quasari's being focused in. He's just running for his life. They're looking to turn this, and Quasari's down for the count as well. And MP, they get him back. They've got a 3-for-1 trade.
Yep, this 3-for-1 trade is pretty huge. They still have the Motsu, they still have the Angela as well that's able to clear these waves pretty nicely, as well as that Cannon Blast coming through from Bobnet could be a great interceptor here from taking this game 3. But right now, it's looking heavily in favor of Major Pride. Can they close it out before Atix comes back?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Both of these are the lowest two. Ryu just gets killed. He's like a ranged minion at this point. They're going to take this one, and they're going to take the base, and they will move on into the grand finals. That's exactly how you want to play this one.
Yes, congratulations to Major Pride. This is a team that I was talking about earlier. They had a very hard Season 1 Invitational when they first came onto the scene. Open Series, this is Split 1, sorry. This is where they fell to the Team Vicious. But now they go all the way to the Grand Finals, Hola. This is like almost the Honor of Kings version of a Cinderella story.
Yeah, Cinderella story. They were able to strike back 3 really good games, right? You just saw growth from Major Pride. They lost game 1. They were winning that one, but they were able to come back in game 2 and 3, close that game out. Next, Ruya had the lead in game 3, but somehow Major Pride found ways to claw back and to get back in this game and somehow pull this one out.
Major Pride, Major Find. That's exactly what they did to try and find the way into that one. But honestly, Kinesis really outshone on this one. I'm pretty sure Kin would have been screaming seeing some of those fever barrages coming through onto the Marco Polo. Seeing the stun come through as well, that would have had his little brain cooking. He'd be like, hey, I normally take execute, but stun, let me try this in my games, yo. But seeing that the 14.2k over across compared to the Arlie's 12.5 is pretty huge. And we really saw the difference of performance from Kinesis in this Game 3. They really pulled out all the stops here for the side of Major Pride. They've just got to try and find and make sure they haven't really showed all their pocket picks trying to get here, because Alimsky, 37.5% damage dealt. That is huge.
Huge. And I mean, he was the big target, right? He was that one that carried them in Game 2. He definitely helped them out into, in Game 3 here. But again, it's all about those neutrals. The Shadow Overlord really just paying off dividends there. If we're looking at this gold graph, it was very back and forth. It was two heavyweights going at it, trading blows for blows. I mean, we're going to see it in the highlights here, just how close things were. Kinesis, if he dies there, gives up first blood, the dynamic of this game could have been completely changed, because NR had a huge lead going into this one, and that would have just snowballed in. But considering the fact that he got a double kill, really put Kinesis in a decent spot in the early game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all motivation could have been sucked out of Kinesis at that point, right? But the fact that he's able to get that double kill was huge for him. So just being able to bear the weight of that Game 1 loss, take the Game 2 victory, like you said, Hauler, going into this, Major Pride had the momentum. They had the win of Game 2. All they need to do is try and close out Game 3. And at certain points, it looked like next Ruya were going to take it from them. They had great pushes into these lanes. They even had them pinned at the high ground turret into the clash lane. But then it was just that team fight, being able to wipe out the whole of the farm lane, go all the way to the crystal in the farm lane, and then just slowly chip away at that point and just making these precise calls, not letting the cannon blast come through, or letting Angela stay alive in those team fights.
Yeah, and I think, next Ruya, they're going to watch this game. They're going to watch the replay to just kind of learn. But I think the 11-minute, 30-second mark, when a Tix got picked off by Red, that was the tipping point. Everything changed at that point. They were down a player. All of a sudden, they were taking fights that they probably should not have done. But, that said, Red gets the MVP on this one, 142,000 damage. And this is why the Lady Jeanne is just a very scary hero to play against.
To be honest, the damage dealt to the damage taken, that ratio is pretty huge, right? 142k to 62. Normally at that point, when you see a Lady Jeanne, it's pretty much like very close, more close to the damage taken, around about like the 100k difference. But that right there is really good. And you can see why Red QT really prioritized that as a second pick in that draft, because it shows that not only does it benefit and really predict and just completely outshine in his performance on that hero, he's able to do great things with those mid lane mages, setting up those destructive deluges, really made the difference, as well as Kinesis and Alimsky in that one.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, that's kind of what you wanted. And congratulations to Major Pride. They're going to move on to the grand finals. I think it's going to be super exciting. I want to see who they're going to be playing. But up first, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back.
In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Now the ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. И там минус, два, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jinx, so Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2, the semi-finals, the final semi-match that will be between MENA and GS Team, both being from the MENA region. This is going to be the show, or the test at least, to see which MENA team is better than the other.
Yeah, and so it basically looks like both of these squads have played against each other, so there's a little bit of familiarity going into this one, but it's going to be pretty much for all the stakes at this point. Who gets to play against Major Pride in that grand finals? Is it going to be MENA or is it going to be GS Team? Both had strong showings yesterday. Who will prevail?
Yes, I think that's probably the most important question going through, right? Because, I mean, then it gives Major Pride a bit of a picture to be like, hey, okay, let's see who we are going to be fighting for that final spot within the KC play-ins, especially within the European region, which they will then go up to face Vitality and Virtus Pro. So, again, not too easy teams to fight off to try and get to that next level to qualify for KC 2024. But, hey, MENA is still here to play. GS Team obviously aren't going to be here at the arena. They are playing from home. But here is MENA. This is Adam, Travis, Giant, Seven Dan, and Albadi as the farm lane. So again, this team proved yesterday that they could take a 2-0 from the Western European teams.
Strong team, the MENA champs, and they're rightly so. They have a lot of, they're synergizing well, they're playing well together. This is a team that's kind of on the up and up. We've seen them do some great things yesterday. I expect to see a little bit more of that. But they're going up against a GS team, which is, again, they were I think third place in the MENA league. So this is one of those things where it's going to be a bit of a difference, right? Again, these teams have played against each other. We're going to find out who they are. It's going to be VRO, Shiro, Kakarot, Reaper 7, and of course Higu. And Higu was popping off yesterday, so we're expecting to see him kind of shine again in this series here.
Yeah, Higu was one of the superstars from yesterday. You're not wrong there, Hola. He was fantastic in the farm lane. So let's see if he's able to keep and maintain that performance against MENA. But it's going to be really weird to see how this one fleshes out because, like you said, Hola, as well, these two teams have played against each other before, and MENA actually took a 2-1 victory. So we were going to get another full best of 3, or MENA going to learn from the mistakes and take a 2-0 from GS Team, or a big upset, GS Team take a 2-0 from MENA.
Yeah, I mean, we just want to see everything go to the wire. I think we saw in that last series where it's just like the most entertaining when Major Pride was going up against next Ruya. Going into that third game, hopefully we get to see that again, because again, we just want to see a little bit more, of Honor Kings Esports going into this one, but it's going to be the draft here. Ogren and Loon picked back-to-back the latest, or not the latest heroes anymore, but the newest ones, excuse me, but they are very strong heroes going into this meta.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, Orgren more so with in terms of its flexibility in the draft. It could be into the farm, it could be into the jungle, it could be into the clash lane. Sorry. Whereas what we can see already for the side of GS team, they're going for the tanky jungle, which is Dune, and then you're gonna get the Lung pick into the farm lane, but it's gonna be Al-Badi on the Arlie for Axe MENA going against Higu on that Lung, which we saw yesterday was phenomenal.
Yeah, and again, you know, we talked about the familiarity between these two teams. Their picks are very quick, right? They know what they're going to have. They know what the other team is going to do. So these guys are counter-punching. They understand what there's going to be potentially there. They're going to pick up the Princess Frost here. What do you think about that? You know, just as an initial pickup here. You know, Lady Jun's still out there.
Yeah, Lady Jun is still out there, but maybe that's who they're going to ban in the next two phases because they've gone for the Shangguan, right? So that's one mid lane gun, which we saw yesterday. I don't know if it was from this team. I don't know if it was from Travis, where we saw the Shangguan came from. But again, we don't know. Let's see what they do with this last ban here. The Lady Chen is still on the board to be banned. I can imagine it's not going to meet the way into the draft. If they do, that's a big error from GS team, right? That destructive deluge, which we saw from the last series, was very, very dominant.
Yeah, very dominant. There's just so much power. So again, I don't know. I mean, they must have something up their sleeve right now because again, I always look at Princess Frost as like, you know, the poor man's Lady Jun. We just saw the power of how strong she is in that last series. So not being able to pick that one up and just changing it up and kind of, it's a curveball for everybody going into this one. But GS, you know, hopefully they're going to be, you know, being able to mega brain this one and just kind of pull this one out because they've got us all kind of confused at this point.
You'd like to think so, right? We'd like to know what they're doing with this. Obviously, it was the Shangguan that came through yesterday, banning out the Hino as well for the poke onto the Princess Frost. It's pretty huge when you have that 1v1 into the mid lane. So getting rid of these really aggressive mid laners is just what they're trying to do here so that the Princess Frost can shine for themselves. But the problem they're going to have is here that they still have the Motsu that's going to be able to claim the cannon blast onto the side of GS team, be able to lock down long sometimes as well. But the Orgren is ultimately going to be, if this gets fed by either the clash lane or into the jungle, it's going to be really hard for the side of GS team to come through. And look how they flash out. The last little part of their team, they go for the Elaine and the lock in the Lady Jen. So great backline accessibility, but also great counter engage mechanics from the side of Axe MENA.
Yeah, and I mean, this draft is just looking very, very strong right here by Axe MENA. I mean, it's all meta. You've got Orgren on top of the Lady Jun and Elaine, which, you know, Elaine actually counters the Lady Jun. So picking them both up and just, you know, shoring up all the roles and the holes that you have on the team. This is looking to be like a strong lineup going into this first game.
Yeah, we can kind of see from GS team, they have built the counter pick for the Orgren, at least one of them anyway, which is the Lee and Poe. So again, great CC coming through from the side of GS team, which we could really see them carrying to the game one victory. But if Axe MENA have been watching the last series, they know to bait that Tremor Smash, right? They know to split apart the team fight, get the Tremor Smash out the way, and then you can let Orgren run free, conducting all kinds of souls.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a lot of mobility, right? You have the Death at Sunset with the Elaine. You've got Arlie with the List Steps. You have just potential of just kind of baiting it out. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Kakarot to make the right play to get that Tremor Smash so it hits the right target at the right time. But again, pretty much all of it is on Kakarot's shoulders.
Yeah, Kakarot as well as Higu, who had a fantastic performance yesterday, but also Vero in the clash lane. Both of these side lane players had a great run against the Western European team yesterday. So I think there's a bit of a weight on the shoulders, at least in terms of expectations for me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to see how this one plays out. I do think there's Higu, he carried them last time, yesterday. So we probably expect him to just continue that play. He is quite strong in that sense, but it looks like Axe right now are gonna just kind of play things a little bit slower. They're gonna continue to farm, just not push out anything, not invade the enemy jungle, get Imdan as much farm as possible. Because again, this Orgren can just turn it on and just kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, with the path of passing, it's easy to get to places, right? When you're Orgrin, you think, hey, there's a few obstacles before I can get to you. But no issue here. When you have that Orgrin pick, you can basically make your own highway, which is one of the benefits of picking this pick for the fast rotations. Can be very tanky, especially once he builds into the Eye of the Phoenix as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I do think that there's a lot of potential for him, right? You just got to get him as much farm as possible. He's wasting a little bit of time just for the potential gank, waiting for the jungle camps to just kind of respawn at this point. But, you know, he's going to be invaded here. Rero is kind of just going to, like, at least spot him out, make things a little bit difficult, and make Imdan a little bit uncomfortable. But that just basically means Adam is just free farming in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want that to happen, right? But a bit of engage here.
The auto storm, and they got him picked out. They found Higu, and that's going to be a great start. Axamina, though, they had 3 members. Higu, well, I don't know what you're doing in no man's land against 3 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of a what could have been a positive engage for the side of GS team. They rotated down the Liam Poe. They also rotated down the Dune as well. But then all of a sudden, it's kind of like, hey, we've got resources to get, guys. Can we just, like, it's a bit of a stalemate, which it was just a game of patience at that point.
Yeah. And, I mean, it paid off in spades. Getting that first blood, moving on. I mean, that Networth lead. Oh, the Unruly Blade goes for the Wind Slash as well. Reaper 7 just barely missing.
Yeah, but that would have been a nice knock up onto the lane. It would have mean that Mayim would be able to get in there a little bit closer, more within hugging distance, but more so, not the hugs that you want, the hugs that you don't want. Those brutal CC, plenty of damage, just non-loving hugs, just smothering with hate.
Yeah, those are the worst ones, and those are usually by relatives, like your aunts and uncles. Right? Those are the worst. Yeah, but it looks like I'm dead.
Though.
Yeah.
Quite as fatal though.
I'm dead. Did get it killed before.
What could be fatal here? Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting to see the statistics of death by violent cuddles from relatives, right? So we'll wait to see that pop up. But so far, we are having a bit of a technical difficulty here. It does look like it may be on the side of Axamina, but we did see someone fall there. I can't quite remember who fell, but someone got a taste of either first blood for their team or another kill.
Yeah, and I mean, just racking them up. I'm Dan, just getting the second kill, just really helping that team along. And I mean, yeah, we've got a tech pause here, but I want to talk a little bit more about relatives hugging, right? I feel like, as a kid growing up, I had a couple of aunts that were very aggressive. They were very like bear huggish.
Yeah, I think it's just part of the job description for an auntie, right? We've all had those. I definitely had one. So, yeah, I think it is definitely just part of the job description. You have to fill the role in order to be an auntie. You have to have a little bit of too much playfulness to the point where it's like, hey, get off me. I'm annoyed. Leave me alone. Don't hug me too hard. I may die.
Yes. And we'll have to let's Google search some death rates on aunties hugging. I think that it's probably on the list somewhere. Somebody, maybe a broken rib at least, right?
If there's death by butterflies, then hey, that's surely got to be on there, right? There's got to be somebody that got a little bit too carried away with their first hug, their first engage with their auntie, and then it just went downhill from there, unfortunately, for the unsuspecting victim. But hey, so far, the draft for both of these teams, to get back onto a point here, looks very interesting, right? We have, obviously, you always coin the Lady Chen, and the Princess Frost is the poor Lady Chen. So we have both of those onto the Gorge. It's going to be interesting to see which one of these players can make that title become null and void.
Yeah, again, I don't know why they picked the Princess Frost first. Usually they'll pick it as a counter to the Lady Jeanne, but they left the Lady Jeanne open. They had the last pick in that first phase. They picked the Princess Frost, and then Lady Jeanne, they didn't ban it, so they actually, Axamina last picked it. So, like, I don't know what it is. It's like, like Giga Chad kind of thing, Giga Chad type of play where it's just like next level of, oh, I know what they're going to do. We're going to bait them out and pick this up. But again, I just feel like Lady Jeanne is just so strong. Why do that?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but you can kind of see it play into the likes of the Mayim. When you've got somebody that's able to kick away certain heroes on the enemy team, in terms of zoning, you don't want too much zoning, right? Because then it can kind of get a little bit too messy in terms of the communication. If you try and just get one of those people to make sure that, hey, let's get the Lianpo in there. Let's kind of try and split the team fight up. We'll get the Tremor Smashes in there early. Then Mai Yi can come from the back line. We can also then get Princess Frost to kind of shut down any kind of engages from the Orgrin, or at least try and put down that Winter is coming onto Elaine's end destination with that Death on Sunset. So just trying to neutralize the Elaine, even though it was picked after the Princess Frost. I feel like it could still be a really good pick here for the side of GST, but yeah, a little bit of confusion there, not going for the Lady Jen rather than the Princess Frost. It was a little bit maybe of a mistake, maybe didn't realize that it was still on the board.
Maybe it was like one of the skins. They're like, I got this new Princess Frost skin, I want to use it, I want to show it off kind of thing. Maybe. No, probably not, right?
One of the teams wailing, absolutely. I mean, I wailed out on the Xiao Chao skin, the anime crossover one. I don't play Xiao Chao, but hey, that is one beautiful skin, and I don't want to be suffering any kind of FOMO when it comes to skins.
Yeah, you got to get them all, right? So, yeah, okay. But if we're going to go back to this draft, right, I think GS team, the Dune, the Mayan, and the Lianpo, all of them going to run at you, and they have that potential. But at the same time, MENA, they have a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards. I mean, they have mobility up the wazoo. Almost everyone except for the Lady John has some sort of mobility skill. So it's going to be really hard to kind of catch and to dictate that. Now, can GS team find the right initiation, pick somebody off, and kind of start the fight ahead? Then they're going to have a great time. But doing that might not be easy, especially going up against MENA here.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Jane doesn't have any mobility, right? But she does have the untargetability. So as long as they time that correctly, we can kind of see how Major Pride played it in the last series, right? When we had Liz on the Mulan. Always going into the back line, always trying to go in onto the Lady Jen. And then it turns around that Lady Jen's frozen herself. Yes, there's a few times where she was able to maintain and stay into the thick of it to get that kill towards the end. But most times out of 10, it really just stopped every little bit of engage into the backline. It almost kind of baited the Mulan in. So maybe that's the kind of point they want to go for here with the Lady Jen. Not only to have the Destructive Deluge, but also just be able to become untargetable and bait.
Yeah, and baiting is going to be super important, right? I mean, we talked about it already in the sense of just, you know, Kakarot on that Lianpo has to be perfect. I think the Tremor Smash. Oh, speaking of which, looks like they've gotten a body and they're going to start things off strong. And that's one way of doing it. GS just really sticking it to him. But nice Cannon Blast onto 3.
Yeah, I think that little technical pause got him a little bit frustrated there. They definitely portrayed it onto the Gorge, right? There's like, hey, I'm mad. My phone just crashed. I'm ready to go for an engage.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go for more, though. Nice Wind Slash finds him, and they've gotten I'm Dan. He's going to just run away. He's going to leave his teammate alone, who Death at Sunset's Adam just trying to just make a beeline for it. But the Moonlight Flash, oh, the burst ramp finally does connect onto Adam. Are they able to slow him down? Are they able to get the kill? Nice meteor kill, but the tower shot is going to take him out. Higu will take credit for this one, and they've also gotten a body again. So, man, that's a huge turn of events for GS.
Yeah, not a good start for MENA because obviously body goes down twice. They are about to lose the neutral objective. They didn't have the Destructive Deluge there, but okay, Tremor Smash.
Tremor Smash, Kakarot. Oh, he's a little bit low. I don't know why he went in. He's not going to dodge the Cannon Blast. Giant snipes him out. Kakarot, a little too aggressive, I would say.
Yeah, still feeling the frustration from that technical pause, clearly. But, like you said, we're not too sure why he went in. He was the only reason. He was the only hero that had the means to get through that wall, right? Obviously, the Unruly Blade could have come through for Reaper, but he would have definitely wanted to save that to go onto somebody. But, hey, these things happen, right? They don't always work out the way we want them to. But right now, we're seeing that MENA, despite all the faults that they had earlier on, are ahead with the gold.
Yeah, they are ahead. I mean, MENA still in prime position, but, you know, they had a really good start, but they kind of, you know, let GS get a couple kills and get themselves back in this game. I think they need to slow things down. Get I'm Dan a little bit more farm. He's level 9 right now, trying to do what he can. And this Ogren, once he gets online, super scary.
super scary, but even scarier is a 2v1 between Dune and Mayim, right? But Adam's able to get out of there, just scot-free. Doesn't die, takes a few blows, but is able to get out. We see the teleport mechanic come from Vero here, going down to the bot lane.
Yeah, Adam's going to scout that one out, but they've gotten Travis. Travis is going to be killed, and it looks like they've gotten Shiro in return. So they're trading mid for mid at this point. But now, oh, I'm dead on the run. The path of passing doesn't, the death of precipice, the conductor of souls, and he's looking to turn this around. The tremor smash does connect onto I'm dead. He's trying to fight. The infinite fastness goes into this one. He's starting to do some damage. I'm dead, somehow alive, and he does end up getting the kill onto Kakarot, but Higu goes down as well, and Axe turning this around.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble there for the side of for GS team, sorry. They tried to go for 7M Den. He soaked a lot of that damage, and then that was just enough for his team to basically respond effectively and get 2 kills on the board rather than being at death now. But Shiro goes down. Is that going to be it?
Yeah, it might be. Okay, Unruly Blade by Reaper 7. He's going to be back. The Frost Touch keeping him alive, at least for now. The Cannon Blast connecting onto 2. Travis probably not going to overcommit for this one, but they got Shiro.
They got Shiro, they got the gold lead. They are happy to have this early game lead on the side of MENA. But so far, it's looking very much quite brawly, right? We see GS
the
team
Death
going into these
Precipice,
fights.
he's going in. The Conductor of Souls, sorry to cut you off, but I'm dead. He's just getting gone on. Kakarot just trying to force it out, and it looks like I'm dead turns it around. That heal is on point.
Absolutely. The Conductor and Souls coming through very, very well timed there for the side of GS team. But right now, we are seeing MENA just completely dominate so far within this game 1. Like I say, back to my point, very brawly. We've seen that GS team likes to fight, but right now they don't have the objectives behind them to fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the difference between yesterday's games, right? Where Higu got going, he started to get a lot of farm, and then he was able to they were constantly able to fight off of the lead that Higu had. This one, it looks like he needs to farm a little bit more, seeing as that he's kind of a little bit behind in terms of overall farm. I mean, he's still high on that list in terms of his team, but again, I don't think he has the right itemization yet to be going in for this one. But Adam going in for this one. They get the top T1. They're going to force this one out. Adam tries to go for the meteor kill, but the infinite vastness and Higu zips on out of there. He takes the... Oh, he's going to go for the Uber. He's going to go in for this. He's going to dive in. Higu trying to fight this. He has to ride the win, but he somehow survives. But it looks like Reaper 7 not as lucky. He's going to be killed.
Yeah, a lot of blows being traded there. A lot of low health coming out of that last engage. But really, MENA coming out on top there, taking that T1. Pretty much damaging a lot of the T2 as well. But that really opens up this T1 in the mid lane as well, which is a nice rotation overall for MENA, showing that they have a little bit more of a control on the Gorge.
Yeah, a lot of control, right? That top was, I mean, yeah, you pushed them all back. Nobody really, like, you know, they did get Shiro or whatever. But in the end, it was just kind of a feint to take that mid T1. Everything happened to go their way. MENA right now in full control. They've got a 5K net worth lead, and it looks like they're going to take this Tyrant here.
Yeah, it would be the first neutral objective over to the side of MENA. So these team fights are just going to get more brutal and a lot more hard to withstand on the side of GS team so far, because they are now behind by 5K gold difference, which is huge. When you look at these itemizations, you can kind of see Doomsday, Shadow Ripper being built here onto the side of Ali. We have the Venomous Staff coming through for Motsu to kind of cancel out the healing of Mayim. But hey, waiting in the bushes is Kakarot.
Yeah, Kakarot just scouting them out. He spots them out, but MENA right now, they want their big objectives. It looks like they're going to just kind of wait things out, zone them away. But look, again, you know, Abadi's done a great job of just being Robin to I'm Dan's Batman at this point, in the sense of just being able to have that net worth and just kind of really making it easier for the rest of the team to just get those kills.
Yeah, so far so good for this little duo here, but again, the Unruly Brave coming through. Is it going to be enough? Doom may go down.
Oh, the Wind Slash, he does go down. Reaper 7, he's going to be focused. He's going to be killed, and it looks like they want to get more. They get Shiro as well. The Death at Sunset, that's going to be committed. They've gotten 4 members thus far. Make it 5, and that's your ace.
Yes, it's the first ace of the day, which could spell for something very crazy. I believe it was GS team yesterday that got 3 aces on the board in one game, right? But now they are on the receiving end. They have taken down the high ground turret in the mid lane, looking for that one in the clash as well.
Yeah, Reaper 7, can he make the miracle hold? They're going to focus on the base. The thing inside the box is slowing it down, but they take the base, and they will take game one. MENA strike first.
Yes, a very, very strong game from MENA. We saw quite a brawly early game there for the GS team. Looked like it could have gone in their favor, right? Because they were taking some of the great brawls. They was getting quite a bit of positive outcomes overall from those brawls. But then in the end, it was just MENA with the knowledge of knowing that they need to control the Gorge that is going to be ultimately the deciding factor whether they win this game or lose it.
Yeah, and they were taking brawls. I mean, you were talking about the fact that both of these teams like to fight, but taking brawls when you're up in terms of net worth really makes it much easier. And they were kind of able to snowball off of that. So MENA just really playing the early to mid game very, very well.
Absolutely. Like you say, hey, if you're going to be taking brawls, you may as well take it whilst you're ahead. But there were certain points within that game where the gold intake was very even. But then look at 7M Dan right there. This is the reason why you don't let Orgren get through, right? 802 KDA, 9.5k gold compared to Reaper 7's 5.6. That is a heck of a difference. Giant Script was already built. Doomsday, even for more damage. And then the rest of it was just like, hey, I'm going to build some more tanky items because I'm loving these brawls.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, again, you mentioned it, right? Ogren first phase banned. Some team has to ban it because it just turns it on. Like 802, really no chance. He was playing it to the limit. He was being super aggressive, and he knew just how to get out of there with the path of passing. Just playing, again, Ogren, like, perfectly, right?
I think this is the kind of difference between a good team and a great team, because a good team drafts this. They do have a little bit of a co-counter, which is the Liam Poe, but a great team, somebody that's a little bit more competent with the hero, would have gone with the Shuang Tzu, because again, all that anti-CC coming through from Butterfly Effect would have been huge against Orgren in these team fights, would have been huge against the Lady Jen as well. But it's all down to comfort, right? You want to be comfortable with the hero you've picked, and you hope to do the best with that. But you can kind of see here the gold graph was always just generally going into the favor of MENA, and you can see that 36k to 26k, a whole 10k difference overall.
Yeah, 10k difference, plus it was 8-0 in terms of tower. They just completely owned the game, right? They didn't give them a single tower and to get back in this game. I mean, they were just playing on point. GS with a decent early start. They kind of got back in after that pause. But going into this one, it's one of those things where in game two, how do they play things differently? Because again, they had a struggle from the beginning. You talk about the gold graph just going the way of MENA almost the entire way. They need to have a better early game to kind of stick it to MENA.
Well, I think it kind of all happens in that draft, right? So we aren't going to be getting the Orgren in game two, surely not, because then it'd just be another onslaught. Yes, there is ways around the Orgren, but only if you are comfortable with those counter picks. And they want to be taking the Lady Chen for themselves, right? We called them out in the technical pause. Why did they go for the Princess Frost over the Lady Chen? We tried to make some kind of point for the Princess Frost. Like you can see here, the Winters come in, laid down really nicely, but it's just the like of Destructive Deluge, and the Conductor of Souls is just a little bit too much AoE for the side of GS team to be clumped up into these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of get out of that one. But MVP, clearly, I'm Dan here on the Ogren doing almost 80k damage, but that KDA of 802 makes this a easy pick for MVP.
Oh, super, super easy. I mean, if you used to say to anybody before that game ended, like, hey, yeah, definitely Orgren player goes for MVP. It's just classified MVP pick, right? Because he was leading the march, obviously, with the Path of Passing. He's able to basically just create his own direction, but 9.5k gold to the enemy jungle's 5.6. It is a definitely drastic, stark difference between these two jungle players.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it's just about the skill of the players, but it might have been the hero in my case, or in my opinion. But we're going to have to find out going into game two. Let's take a quick little break.
And we are back into the MENA region face-off between MENA and GS team that currently took a beating in that game 1. We saw that the draft had some promise, but it seemed like it all rode on that advantage in the early game, which unfortunately for the side of GS, they had the brawls, but they weren't able to take that early game advantage. It just seemed that MENA had the control of the Gorge.
Yeah, in control of the Gorge. I mean, when you have Ogren and you have that sort of meta draft, it's just going to be much easier to play, right? I know GS had some they had some synergy cooking up in that playbook. They were trying to figure it out, but it's difficult to do against, a team that has like almost all of these stronger pieces, dare I say. It was not they had the potential, GS, but just difficulty in pulling it off.
Yep, there's no synergy without you and me. And unfortunately for Vero, he wasn't able to farm up. He wasn't able to get into the backline for any chances to try and take the advantage from MENA. But like we were saying in that post-game analytics, that maybe taking the Ogren off of the table like now, but it's from MENA. A little bit of a you let him get through in game 1. We'll take him off the board for you, and I'll let you get a little bit of a better draft this time around, it seems.
Yeah, they're just going to take it away, realizing that they don't have first pick on this one. So, it's you don't want to play up against it, and the potential of it being picked on the enemy team, you must ban it so that you take it away, because you don't want to see that thing going up against you. It's an absolute beast.
Yes, I mean, also paired with the Ogren as well. Lung getting banned out there. A little bit of a playful Higu, but he could be locking in that early first pick for himself, because again was another big pick for him. But they go for the Dolia, so Dolia doesn't get banned, but Lady Sun does.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with that. Again, a little bit of a change up there, but maybe you let the Dolia in so that you can pick up the Arlie yourself. You bait them into picking up what is the a very high meta roamer in Dolia. So that could be quite good. But it looks like they're going to change their tune a little bit, picking up the Lady Jeanne to kind of help out that Arlie there.
Yeah, the only way I can see the Dolia working is if it's paired with something that has the worth and the salt for that Celestial Blessing, right? So something like the Kaiser, having a great, strong front line, just being able to have that Invincible Warrior for 2 times could be huge for the side of GS team. You just got to hope that they go for the right heroes pairing with the Celestial Blessing. We're getting the High Note as well. Again, was banned in game 1. We're getting the Sunset also, which was a huge pick within the Pacific region, especially for the JPKR region into the Clash lane. Set Sail really put the wind into some of these teams that were behind, playing on the back foot, going into an advantage.
Yeah, and the potential for ganks is on point with that Sunsu. We're going to have to see if that one plays out. But the Celestial Melody, you have a lot of options. This is kind of interesting with the Annuo as well, with that Fate Rewind. It could be an absolute destroyer. Those Scepters can be super scary, especially late game when it starts to do a bunch of damage. But MENA, it looks like they heard Jablam, and they're like, we're going to ban the Kaiser. We're not going to give that one up as well with that Invincible Warrior.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't go for the Kaiser earlier in the draft, if that's maybe what they were going for, right? I mean, yeah, the Celestial Melody with the Sunset getting 2 set sales could be good, right? I mean, being able to send one of your heroes, your Clash lane, all the way down to your farm lane very quickly, and then just say, you know what? Get the return boat back, baby. Go up into the Clash lane and get that lane priority. But you can kind of see here that maybe that's where the focus is going to be, right, is on the Sunset, because they've taken 2 of the biggest Clash lane heroes, but left open the Musashi.
Yeah, but what's better than 1 boat from Sunsu? It's 2 boats, right? And that's kind of the whole thought process by GS, right? But again, they're picking up the Musashi here. You really like the hero. Do you think that it kind of fits in with this draft here?
I mean, it enables you to get into the backline, right? So we saw with Elimsky, it's not only a silent assassin, he's able to deal and take a lot of damage, right? Especially with the duel on death, trying to catch out something like the Marco Polo, even like the Sunset. But if you're going to try and use the death on duel at death, on the Hugh Huan, it's kind of a little bit pointless, right? Because of being untargetable. We'll see how that goes, but historically, the Hugh Huan in the jungle paired with the Dolia has gone very well.
Yeah, the Celestial Melody, the Unending Sorrow ×2 is actually very strong. I like the fact that this draft is really well thought out. I mean, you have a lot of options. You have, very good choices for that Celestial Melody as well. So, it rounds it out with that Marco Polo. And so this is a pretty decent draft. I like this draft more than what they had in game 1 by GS.
Oh yeah, this definitely has a lot more potential, right? We've got the burst come through, we've got the sustain, we've got the Dolia, which is always kind of like the unsung hero, even though her whole kind of lore is about melodies, songs, la 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 la. Me absolutely butchering that, but you don't really get to see this hero spoken volumes of, right? She's either always banned. It used to be Dolia and the Chow, but it's mainly now always Dolia because of the ease of being able to play, but also the utility that it gives.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it adds a lot to the team, right? There's a lot of flexibility in that sense. But Shiro getting gone on here. He gets smashed in the face by Giant with that Forbidden Domain. So they want to get a quick level 2, but Shiro does need to be a little bit careful. He's taking a lot of damage already.
He likes the aggression, right? He likes the punches. He clearly is a little bit of a naughty one. He likes getting slapped about. So let's see if that pays off for him in the late game. But they do have quite a bit of burst. Higu on the Marco Polo, I'm really looking forward to. A little bit more back to basics onto the Marco Polo. They're going for the cleanse, rightfully so, because of the likes of the Masashi, the Mai Yin, the Zhongfei, and the Lady Chen.
Yeah, a lot more potential in that sense of being CC'd. So in that bottom lane, though, Higu all by himself, right? And it looks like, Kakarot is just been forcing it out, making sure that Shiro has a good lane in that mid lane. But Kakarot now making an appearance into the bottom lane. They're trying to just kind of, again, you want to get Higu as much farm as possible. He is your win condition. He's carried throughout the other games. So he's, the one that you want to have a good game.
Oh, okay. A little bit of 2v1 up into the clash lane.
The duel that's going to be committed on this one, but he's somehow going to fall eventually, and I'm Dan will take first blood.
Yeah, that was a well-timed engage into the clash lane, right? Because you saw there that Vero did not have level 4, so he wasn't able to get out of there. He wasn't able to kind of just make a CC, a basic escape with the set sail. He could have been used defensively rather than advantageously to get around the map, but that would have been the point to try and get that lead into the clash lane is just before that level 4 point.
Yeah, really good timing. That's what you want to do, and just timing it perfectly, right? MENA, this is why they're top tier. They're the MENA champs, right? They understand timings as well, but it looks like Giants is going to be getting gone on here. GS making rotations, but not really converting into much right now.
Yeah, they got to make sure that they're just clearing these waves, right, and just getting every little bit of resource along the way, because then if they're rotating without any kind of means of getting resources or anything like that, they've got to be very careful with the time that they've lost. And right now, Higu all on his own. We can see Dolia and Haino looking for another rotation as Hugh Huan as well is edging towards that Crimson Golem.
Yeah, and every time, Kakarot and Shiro show up, Giants and Abadi are like, I'm out of here. They, seem to know whenever they're coming, and they just, are always back at home safe.
Yeah, they've definitely got some senses tingling, right? They're like, oh, wait, they've left. They've left the lane. Never mind, let's go. And Act Adam here just sitting in the bush.
Yeah, and they're just timing it perfectly. I mean, obviously the calls are happening in the mid lane when they're missing and things like that. But generally speaking, the comms is a huge piece. Understanding where heroes are at all points, very important going into this one. And Kakarot has been roaming almost this entire game, has not stayed in that lane with Higu.
Yep, and a little bit more of a invade into the enemy jungle there. I was just about to call it out for Reaper 7 because Hugh Huan, historically in the Open Series, it's been a very aggressive early game hero, but we've not been seeing any invades into the jungle. We just saw a little bit of a sneak peek then. We just need to make sure that they're able to do that, but also get out and control it. But mid lane looking for a bit of a brawl.
Yeah, a little bit of a brawl. I think they're going to hide under the mid T1. Not going to be too much going on it. But Kakarot now shows up, throws out the Wave Breaker. He's going to throw a little bit of damage at Giants, but they're going to back off. No minions here to fight for. Oh, they're going to go for this one. I'm Dan going in. The Unending Sorrow, the heals, the Unbridled Outburst is going to be committed, but Haino is going to be killed. Shiro, that is. Kakarot is going to be next as well, but they traded with Travis. They're going to continue to fight, and they end up killing Vero as well. So this is turning really bad for GS right now, as it looks like MENA are turning this game on its head.
Yeah, get a little bit of deja vu there, Hauler. We saw a very positive outcome for the side of Axmina, getting both the neutral objective, but then also 3 kills for 1 trade, which is huge. Puts them ever so slightly ahead with terms of the gold. Not a leaps and bounds, but just about that 1k, maybe just a sub 1k gold difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's net worth isn't the biggest issue, but it's the fact that when you're dead, you're not farming, you're not getting that XP, so you're kind of falling behind in more than just, being able to take those minions out, right? You're losing a lot of time and, that gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Gold and time, just like in real life, money and time are precious. And right now, for GS, it is getting even more precious as they are still losing behind that sub 1k gold difference. But again, they are having the pressure into the mid lane, right? They're able to take a few bits of damage onto the T1 into the mid lane, which could be huge for them. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, and it's about Higu, right? They're just trying to force it out. Again, he's your Superman. You need to get him going. Unbridled Outburst just pushing the minions back more than anything else. Shiro taking a lot of damage. Does need to be careful. The Fever Barrage has been canceled or been shut down. And with that all, they're going to back off here. The minion, the Siege Catapult is going to be killed. But Axmina has 4 members. If they want to go, they can. But again, you don't really have all the ults to do so.
Yeah, the Marco Polo doesn't activate until you've got those attack speed items, right? We didn't see the kill up into the Clash lane, but it was a 2v1 between Mayeen and Musashi and Sunset. So again, they are literally focusing that Clash lane and basically working on Vero because, again, he was a great hero and a great player yesterday.
Yeah, he was quite good, and they're just forcing it out. This is about that recon. Again, these two teams are very familiar with each other. Higu going down huge, absolutely huge at this point. He had 4.4k in terms of the net worth. Unending Sorrow going to be used by Reaper 7, just trying to stay alive. He's just going to be gone on the Forbidden Domain, pushing him back, but he does get the kill. Reaper 7 is down for the count, but they did get Adam. Can they get more? Kakarot continuing to stand in front, trying to run for his life. I'm Dan just gets him with the shockwave, does get the kill, and Vero continuing to fight. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used, but that's just going to get himself out of there.
Yeah, that first ability came through very nicely for Musashi, just able to claim that kill onto Reaper, but there is still plenty to be claimed here.
Oh gosh, they got Giant and I'm dead. They got caught out. Higu comes back with a vengeance, gets the double. He says, I'm back.
Yep, he's back, baby. Looking to try and claim that Crimson Golem buff from Ali, but it's not going to be claimed to Higu. It is going over to Badi.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit scary. You don't, again, if you're an Axmina fan, you don't want Higu to get any sort of farm. Letting him die, and then, which is great for Axmina, but then coming back and getting the double, that's not great. Higu right now, he's the guy. He's the Kobe of this team. He's 5,900 in terms of net worth right now.
Yeah, he just needs to maintain that kind of distance, right? Maintain that advantage that he's currently been blessed to be given because Clash Lane's not looking too hot for the side of GS team. Maybe they just need to focus that.
Body gets the nice pick off. He was very aggressive, caught out Kakarot. Adam now on the run. Dan is going to just join the fight, but he doesn't really want to fight. He throws out the Illuminating Slash, and he backs off for now. But it looks like Axmina starting to chase. They don't have that top T1, so they're looking to cut off the angle, especially with Kakarot down for about 9 seconds, but I don't think they're going to fully commit for this.
No, you got Mayeen looking into the Crimson side of the jungle, but again, Reaper and Dan going head-to-head.
Yeah, they're starting to duel here. Reaper 7, and he does have Shiro waiting in the wings, trying to pick him off, but I'm Dan, just, attracting attention more than anything else. Oh, but now they're going to go for this. They do get the nice little launch up. They do have him. I'm Dan trying to go, but he goes down, and they've gotten that target, but Reaper 7 falls in return. Higu is down, as well as Vero. They've lost so much. Shiro now trying to run for his life. He's getting shot out. He does get the kill. He gets a body one last time, and if they want to go, the Fate Rewind pushing him back. That's not too much of a heal, but Giant is going to be backing off with that Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, just look how much damage Giant's been taking in that whole team fight, right? He's able to soak so much from the Hino there. Just enough to enable the Mayeen to try and rotate around, maybe try and get the kill onto the Hino. But at that point, the Fate Rewind came through, and obviously the health came back to the Hino. But again, that was another great brawl for Axmina. They came out, what was it, 3-1 trade maybe, I think it was, overall. But definitely where they need to maintain that difference because they are now about 3k gold ahead.
Yeah, you don't want to give MENA any sort of lead, and because they play really well when they're ahead, and understanding just how to close out these games. They've been very strong, and they've been pushing things out, making it very difficult for GS to kind of get anything going. Especially like the comebacks are tough to do, right? So GS need to figure something out, and they need to find out quickly because of the fact that this is game 2. They lose this, they're out.
Yep, there definitely needs to be a more of a priority on what's at stake right now. But like we said into the introduction, right? MENA have already beaten GS Team 2-1, but Set Sail come through.
Oh, he gets the knockup, but there's no follow-up. He actually didn't bring a passenger. He just went solo on that one. He does get it, but Higu's being aggressive. He's going to continue to fight. He's going to go all the way up in the top lane. The Umbrella Outburst trying to keep him alive, but the Resplendent Revolver snipes him down. Giant is down, and it looks like they want Adam as well, but they did get Shiro in return. They're trying to fight this one, but the 2 members down from MENA, that's a pretty good fight for GS.
Yeah, they just need to capitalize it, right? They've got the minion wave coming up into the clash lane. We see that I'm Dan is able to get the neutral objective for the side of MENA, which is that Shadow Tyrant, which means that a lot more damage is going to go over to the side of MENA, especially onto Bardi. He needs it.
Yeah, he definitely needs it, right? Reaper 7 right now, level 2. Oh, he's going to go in for this. I'm Dan. He is not scared. He goes for the duel of death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the extreme speed. He does the damage. He gets the pick off, and he's just turning it up, and he gets 4. He's a triple kill thus far, and he wants more. He wants Shiro, who's trying to fate rewind. Not able to do it. He gets a quadra kill.
Oh my gosh, I'm Dan comes through with the Musashi Pro plays and really does countering whatever GS team had the hype going there was completely destroyed by MENA.
It's just a matter of time. They're going to take this one. They're going to focus the base. Kakarot is alive, but all he can do is watch as they take the base, and it looks like MENA are going to be in the grand finals.
Yep, a little bit of a contrast from that first series right there, Holo. We had a lot of back and forth between Major Pride and Next Ryu. There was a little bit of hope there for GS team, but they've already lost 2-1 to the side of MENA. Kind of already had this thing written in the stars, but we saw some fruitful plays, right? Higu managing to get that Marco Polo was fantastic. Being able to do a lot of damage, really being able to turn around a lot of those team fights that may have not necessarily gone in their favor if he didn't get that Marco Polo pick.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where GS, they were winning some team fights because Dan wasn't actually in the fight. He was taking neutral objectives. He was continuing to farm. But once he got that point, that tipping point of just the right itemization, he was just like, all right, I'm turning this on. Gets that quadra kill, turns the game, and just completely owns it and just wins it right out.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely spectacle from I'm Dan there towards the end. Closing out the game, really being the curtain call play for the side of MENA. But again, looking at those stats, we are seeing a difference in that jungle. 10k gold to 6.3k gold. So Reaper 7 really needed to reap what he sows when picking that Hu Huan pick, right? You need to be aggressive. You need to be invading the enemy jungle to starve the enemy jungle of those resources. Not quite following through with that playstyle that we know is tried and tested and works. Clearly a little bit of a scary issue going into this one because it was the second game. They may have lost it if they was a little bit too overzealous, but unfortunately they was a little bit too coy, I think.
Yeah, definitely too coy. I mean, MENA just really playing the heroes to the maximum, right? Abadi 3-1 and 8, really just kind of setting it up, creating a little bit of space. I'm Dan just farming. I mean, he had 8 kills. He matches his high from the last game when he was MVP, and then turning it on to this one. Yes, his damage dealt was only 26% of the team, and the damage was spread throughout. But again, this just shows you how strong this team is. MENA, everyone is a huge asset to the team, and everybody's playing very, very well.
Yeah, just Musashi there, dealing the damage, but also taking the damage. So 24% of it taken, and then 26 of it dealt. But then the only person topping that, rightfully so, would be the Zhongfei. And there were certain points in that game where Zhongfei was just taking way more damage than I thought he would actually able to be capable of. But looking at that, at the end, rounding it off with a 7k gold difference. Not quite the 10k from that first game, but still a measurable difference that really shows in the gameplay.
Yeah, really definitely showed. I mean, we're gonna see it here in these highlights. It's gonna be pretty much the MENA show because, like that gold graph where it was just trending upwards in favor of them. They were just in full control, shutting it down, forcing it out, splitting them all up. Look at what's happening in the background. There's a 3-on-1 action going on. Kakarot running for his life, not able to get away from that illuminating slash. Just again, just MENA just taking really good fights and just closing things out. Although Higu had a nice double kill there.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, Higu had some really game-saving plays, especially with those Fever Barrages, the Splendid Revolver coming through as well. He was just waiting for the time for those attack speed items to come through. We saw at points where he had the Spark Forge Dagger, he had the Doomsday as well. But just wasn't quite enough to match the tempo that MENA knew. They knew they were on a ticking time bomb, right, with Higu on the Marco Polo, and they adapted very well.
Look at how Amde just running at them. Like, he's not scared. 1 versus 4. Like, what can they do?
For a fact. Yeah, for a fact, he's just playing, just screaming at his phone like, going in at it like that, and just knowing that he was just completely just pumped up with energy and just too much excitement. But there we go. 2 MVPs back-to-back is I'm Dan, taking the 68k damage. They're being taken 7k damage, and then the KDA of 825 is huge. And then again, we have to point out that goal difference between the Huan and Musashi was night and day.
Yeah, and I mean, he got that quadra kill at the very end, right? So he was 4, 2, and 5, which are very good stats going into this one. But just being able to get that one last team fight that just wins them the game, just to get that quadra kill, that's just like chef's kiss. Mwah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was definitely a great closing call towards the end of that game. Just really high aggression, just for take it or leave it. But speaking of take it or leaving it, the last thing to take today will be that grand finals. But we are just going to get a little short break there, taking a little break so we can just adapt ourselves to this best of 5. It may go the distance. We don't know yet. Major Pride against MENA. We'll see you soon.
ultimate from Gretzky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень неплохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет как и Юнит дает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
So Jin's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
Hello and welcome to the Honor of Kings Open Series 2024 Split 2 EMEA Grand Finals. It's going to be major pride going up against MENA. My name is Holler. With me is Blam. Your thoughts on this Grand Finals, Blam?
Hey, it's been a long and grueling journey for both of these teams, right? They've both come from their respective qualifiers, and then they've had to battle it out to get into the grand finals. Some, we have to say, easier than others. But even more, we have like the history of Major Pride, right? So Season 1 Invitational, they got battered. No wins on the board. Open Series Split 1, they get into the semi-finals. They lose. They get to the Open Series Split 2. They are now grand finalists. So there's a little bit of a development story going on here. And those players that are developing whilst the scene is growing is Shizuki in the Clash lane. You have Alimsky in the jungle, Red QT in the mid, Kinesis in the farm lane, and then Kashi Batir in the support role. And this could be your KC Play-ins team that may win.
Yeah, they might win. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. You talked about their growth and just how much they've gotten here. But the biggest thing that I've seen from Major Pride is just how confident they are, right? They can get, punched in the face. They've gone through those losses that you talked about in Series 1 and Split 1, excuse me. So this is one of those things where, hey, they know how to fight back. They're able to get them, themselves back in this game. The fact that they're continuing on and in the grand finals, is this going to be the end? Because, again, they're going to be going up against a very strong team. And this is MENA. It's going to be Adam in the Clash lane, Travis in the mid, Rome Giant, I'm Dan in the jungle with 2 back-to-back MVPs, and of course, a body in the farm lane. So this is a very strong team. They've kind of shrugged it off. You talked about the journeys that they both went on, and it looked like MENA had a little bit easier ride going in thus far.
Yeah, a bit of softer blows here and there, but hey, all rejection is the same, right? It depends on how you take it. And both of these teams have taken it pretty well because they've now both got to the point and developed to get into the grand finals, which is what these players' journeys are all about, right? It's taking those lows, but also riding the high when you can. And getting into the bans and drafts here, Major Pride banning out the Orgren and the Huan, getting in the Lady Jen first out the doors. But that does leave open the Dolia as the side of MENA ban out the Mai Shiranui and the Ali.
Yeah, and I think they kind of watched a little bit of the last series or whatever, and they're kind of panning out some of the heroes that were just kind of like an absolute menace here. We're seeing the Lady Soon picked up here with the Dahlia. Nice little pickup, nice little 1-2 combo, but does have the Celestial Melody. Is Ultimate Shell the best for it? I don't think so, but we're gonna probably see the rest of the draft kind of make use of that as much as possible.
Hey, I mean, worst case scenario, 2 Ultimate Shells are better than 1, right? 2 boats are better than 1, and 2 Invincible Warriors is better than 1. So we have Kaiser getting onto the board, historically shown that he's able to deal the damage, but also take the damage as well, and paired with the Dolia is going to be huge.
Yeah, and that's going to be much better, right? You talked about the Invincible Warrior having twice the effect and the length, quite good. But he needs to shield the Lady Soon here. This is the biggest thing of, Lady Soon is kind of a glass cannon. Sometimes if she gets gone on, you're going to have a hard time. But if she's able to stay alive, shoot from afar and just kind of, pick people apart, this Lady Soon can absolutely just tear up the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another late game hero. We know that Abadi likes playing those late game heroes. He's been on the Ali. He's been on the Lung. He's been on the Marco Polo. But not quite as much as the Lady Sun, right? So again, this can be really interesting to see if this is a pocket pick, if this is something that is extremely comfortable, but also very good at. We are yet to see as we get into game 1 of this best of 5. So those watching at home now, this is a best of 5. No more best of 3s, no more 2-0s. Bye-bye, we've gone. It is now at least a 3-0.
Yeah, and it's going to change things up, right? I think that you can add a little bit more in terms of strategy. You can kind of, throw a little bit more of a curveball, so to speak. And I think the Xiang Yu, I mean, we've seen it before, but, HoK MENA hasn't really been playing it too often. I think maybe they played a single game yesterday, but it's one of those ones where we know what we're trying to do. The charges have been on point by, who was it, Adam, on that yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. The Zhong Yu pick is pretty huge. Again, the DRNG has not been one of those greatest of picks into the farm lane, right? They ban out the Ho Yi, they ban out the Lung, and then they take the Ali off the table as well. So it's kind of like the only go-to here. They don't want to bring out the Marco Polo like they did in one of their games where Kinesis really rocked it. But looking at that, they do pick up the Angela. So again, if the Invincible Warrior does not get 2 of those, there is 2 blazing brilliances waiting for you. And for a defense mechanic, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. The potential is there. We're going to have to see this one play out. I'm actually kind of super happy to see this best of 5 because, again, it's an ultimate chess match. It's one of those things where, hey, this draft doesn't work. How do we counterpick it and how do we kind of play into this one? But this game 1 is going to dictate a lot of the pace of the game. Obviously, nobody wins championships in just the first game, but it really dictates the pace of the game.
Yeah, I feel like Shizuki with the Charlotte is going to be on a very good comfort pick here, especially going against the Shuang Yu, even though Shuang Yu has a little bit more of a utility when it comes to directing these team fights. You can barge people out the way. You have that huge AoE right in front of you with that massive damage from his ultimate. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they pair here. We see Major Pride pushing Motsu into the clash lane to get that early lead.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about I'm Dan here. They picked the Kaiser for him as a counter pick to the Olimsky Musashi, which we just saw I'm Dan have an amazing game on that Musashi. But do you think the Kaiser is the right counter pick?
Maybe, maybe not. Obviously, it's going to be a great way to get into the backline, especially with Angela, Lady Sung as well. So you're not going to really be focusing the Kaisers, right? Unless you have so much of a gold lead and you're way ahead of resources, then maybe, right? But First Blood does go over to the side of Major Pride. Shizuki really getting that lead thanks to the Motsu.
Yeah, and Kashi just on point with those cannon blasts, just setting it up, lets Shizuki get that kill. So, he's been great in terms of the rotations, ensuring that he locks it down, he sets it up for his teammates. That's perfectly what you want from that roamer.
Yes, the cannon blast coming through there, really popping the Dolia into place, which is where you kind of want it. And that's Invincible Warrior coming through a little bit too early for that whole interaction. We get another kill up into the clash lane for Shizuki, and this is not what HoK MENA want. They don't want that Charlotte to be fed.
Yeah, this is tough, right? It was the setup before with Kashi with Shisuke. Both of them had that double team. They ended up getting the kill. And now Shisuke is just strong enough to just solo Adam. This is going to be tough sledding for him. He just needs to really just buckle down, make sure that tower stays alive, if anything, and get some sort of farm, but don't overcommit.
Yeah, no overcommitting, no tries of aggressive plays. Just kind of play it safe. Wait till your team gets into the right position and then, hey, maybe go for the aggressive plays, but not just quite yet. Don't let Major Pride get that early game victory like they've been known to have historically.
Yeah, you got to play safe at this point. Again, it sucks to be in that clash laner, and when you're losing 1 versus 1, it's going to be, very tough. But in the bottom lane,
in the bottom lane, there we go. We see they duel to death, and we are getting another kill for Olimsky. And that is a knock-up onto the Dolia as well. Cannon blast coming through. We do see the blades of the Musashi as well, picking up a second kill for the side of Major Pride. Olimsky really showing why they shouldn't have let this Musashi pick through in the Banzan draft.
What a crazy turn of events by Major Pride. There was like Olimsky going in for this. You know, we had the duel to the death, knocked him up, and then Giant thought, oh, that was the end of it. But then there was Kashi still waiting in the wings, had another cannon blast, again, just setting it up for Olimsky to just get that kill. So they're just huge commitments, and they're getting all of the conversions and all the good things that you want right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're up by about 1k gold, right? 1k in a bit if we're going to be very, very charitable for the side of Major Pride. We see Kaiser's use the teleport mechanic to go down into the mid lane, trying to keep away that siege onto the T1.
Yeah, and they're going to try that one. But again, like, this is Kashi just in every lane, throwing out the cannon blasts, and then he's just rotating to the next place. He's just, you don't know where this guy is. Cannon blast could be coming out of, you know, left field. It's a very scary situation to be in.
Yeah, it is very scary, right? We've seen many good players on the Motsu, and rightfully so. Why the shot call has come through. There is the cannon blast. Are they able to deny the Azure Golem? Not quite there on the side of Major Pride, but we are still with Zhang Yu into the back queue there. We see into the back of the mini map, but oh, okay, Lady Cheng goes down, but that's not going to be it. Shuzuki looking for a bit of revenge. So 1-1 trade so far between these two teams. They have the neutral objective already going in their favor, the Tyrant, so extra damage coming through for the side of Major Pride.
Yeah, she's making it personal. He went the long way, all the way back, just to ensure that he did kill Adam. Adam did get that kill onto Red QT, but you know, it's one of those things where I'm going to chase this guy. It doesn't matter if you leave my lane. I'm going to just hunt you down, and I'm going to kill you and make you have a terrible game, Adam.
Yeah, it felt personal, right? It felt very, very personal for the side of Major Pride. He's like, man, I've got to get a kill on the board, man. But Dolia and Lady Sun here trying to go for a 2v1 against the Charlotte. Shizuki maybe getting caught out here, but here's that lovely replay there. The Lady Chen getting taken down, but then also the trade onto the Zhang Yu also. So Major Pride getting punished, but not letting their side down. But here we go, Limsy into the thick of it, getting the kill onto the Lady Sun. It's not going to end there yet. Zhang Yu goes down as well, so plenty of kills going over to the side of Major Pride. This is not the footing that Axe MENA want to allow Major Pride to have.
Yeah, Olimsky right here on that Musashi, just piloting it almost to perfection right now, just getting kills throughout the map. You have to respect it, and you have to understand where he is, because he's doing so much damage. He's getting those kills. He's 302, 4,700 already, topping on the team in this game right now. So really just starting to just kind of snowball at this point.
Speaking of snowballing, here is another engage into the mid lane. We're already seeing that Dolia is down, which is a huge detriment to the side of Axe MENA. We have another kill onto the Zhang Yu. No more Hegemon Slash coming through for the side of Axe MENA. But what is getting taken down here is that T1 in the mid lane. That is a serious opening up here for Major Pride.
Oh, man, I feel really bad for Adam. He's already had 5 deaths thus far. I mean, yes, he has the lone kill on Red QT, but it's a situation where he's definitely being targeted. He doesn't have the farm. He doesn't have any sort of damage or tankiness at this point. He's pretty much just a glorified melee creep. So he needs to play a little bit safer, find some sort of farm. But again, Axe MENA, if anything, they need to figure out a way to slow down this game, because they lost that mid T1, and that's a huge one.
I mean, they've lost control, right, as of yet. They could still gain control from the side of Major Pride, but it's just how they get it. And it's all about trying to get Al-Badi with some XP, some more resources so he can get that itemization. But it's also about utilizing that Angela, because, again, anti-tanks coming through. We see the Musashi, duel of death, but it is the Ranger getting the kill onto Adam once more. The Zhang Yu not really shining here. And then we see Angela being used perfectly in that bush there. Takes down Olimsky, which could be a detriment to Major Pride going into this T2, but they are going to be a happy sacrificing 1 kill for that mid T2 there. Again, huge pickups from Major Pride.
Yeah, Adam has died a decent number of times already. There's like diminishing returns on his, like in terms of gold bounty, so it's not the worst, but in the lane.
Yes, the Invincible Warrior did have to be forced to think inside the box, but was able to retreat there. Nicely done by Kashi, getting that cannon blast onto Adam once more. Adam really seems like a bit of a fish out of water, right, with this Shuang Yu pick. He seems to not being able to get the right foot on this Clash Lane hero. Normally, it takes a little bit of a backseat, but then he's able to add a lot to these team fights in the late game. But it looks like Major Pride do not want to let this get to the late game.
Yeah, doesn't want to get it. I mean, they want to end it out. I mean, Major Pride, they play very, very well with a lead, and they're kind of doing the same thing here. They have a 6K net worth lead. They forced Adam to have an atrocious game. He's again, not really comfortable. I didn't start off very good, but it just might be a little bit of a gap difference in that top lane, especially since the Charlotte Shusuke is just so good on that hero.
Yeah, Shizuki on the Charlotte. I mean, we saw it at the first game for Major Pride in the whole of the Open Series, right? It was phenomenal. It dominated, but speaking of domination, a 3-man cannon blast leading into Lady Chen, getting the destructive deluge onto the Dolia. Major Pride are being very concise with their fights. They are taking out the right heroes at the right time, making sure Dolia isn't able to give over that Celestial Melody, and they are absolutely smashing these lanes right now. Unfortunately for Axe MENA, they are behind by about 7K gold.
Yeah, this is huge. They also got picked off Travis as well. So, him not being able to farm is going to be a huge one. But again, they need to hold down. They need to hold this fort. Axe MENA right now is struggling to get anything going. Can they play from behind? Is there some sort of gap? Because again, Major Pride have been on the offensive throughout, and they've been almost perfect throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, taking T2s, taking the fights critically in their favor as well, right? 12 kills to 2. Huge difference. The only obstacle they've got to overcome, right, is taking down that Kaiser. Making sure Dolia is taken out, which they've done perfectly. She's on 0 and 3, so the aim is in the right place. But right now, for some reason, I'm Dan is just getting away scot-free in these team fights and not being able to kill him. Right now, that is probably the goal of Major Pride, trying to make that Kaiser, that invincible warrior, bleed as they go for the neutral objective.
Yeah, but even with I'm Dan on the Kaiser, he's tanky and everything. Yeah, he's got the double X in terms of the Invincible Warrior. But Olimsky, level 14, 2-level difference right now. He has the damage, he has the control. So I'm Dan right now. Yeah, you might be the tankiest thing, but if you can't actually kill who's coming or your team can't, then you're just going to get bashed until you literally will die at some point.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Axe MENA, right, they are just playing on the back foot. They're hoping for the best offense is a good defense, right? As they get to this higher ground turret, this is probably the only chance they're going to get to try and win this back. We do see that Zhang Gu's going straight in. Hegemon Slash is doing a lot of damage onto the Lady Chen, but not wiping out the side of Major Pride, which is at the detriment of Axe MENA. At least if you're going to use the Zhang Guan to go in and die, at least pick up a kill, right?
Yeah, ideally. And Adam should not be initiating anything. He's way too weak, doesn't have the items, he's not tanking. But in this mid lane, the T3 going down.
Yeah, high ground turret going down, even due the respects of Angela's efforts with the Blazing Brilliance, trying to just stop those minion waves, right? And this is what I meant by the fact that the Angela can be used in a defensive means. She's got the Blazing Brilliance, she's able to clean out those minion waves, but right now, that's the only hope you've got at kind of freezing this game and trying to get some kind of resemblance of a lead or some small victories on the side of Axe MENA.
Yeah, and it looks like Axe MENA right now, if we're looking at this draft, they're struggling because they don't have any catch, any sort of way to get onto them, right? I'm Dan needs to be up front. He needs to initiate, just tank everything with the Invincible Warrior. Then maybe Adam comes in after like a counter initiation, goes in for that. Adam cannot be the first point of contact. He needs to play a little bit safer. He needs to understand his role. Right now, he's just being up front. He's being killed. So the rest of Axe MENA can't fight, take a team fight 4 versus 5.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like you said earlier as well, Hula, that the jungler for Major Pride is 2 levels ahead. So again, that's already coming at a great disadvantage into these team fights. And you put in that surplus of the being down by 1 member as well, which is huge with it being a tank like the Zhang Yu is pretty crazy. Blazing Brilliance comes through, but we are seeing Olimsky go back into the queue there. They do take out the high ground turret. It's currently a 2-0 trade for the side of Major Pride. Cannon Blast comes through, catches out the remaining members of the side of Axe MENA. Major Pride picking up that first win on the board against the MENA region.
Oh man, that was clean. Very good game by Major Pride. That's how you want to start things off. You're exerting dominance at this point. Like, this is one of those games where, as an MENA fan or a player, you got to be discouraged. That was heartbreaking. That was very difficult to endure. Going into this one, you're kind of be like, hey, there are a lot of things wrong. How do we get back from that game as an MENA player?
I mean, I think, again, the draft had some promise, right? You had the likes of the Lady Sun waiting for that activation, really hoping that the side of, Bardi, could actually have the advantage of being able to farm up and actually gain some resources for himself. But for the side of Major Pride, they knew what the case was. They knew that they were playing to a timer. And you can see with how Alimsky played very aggressively, Shizuski played very aggressively, and even Kinesis as well under Durenji has really put me, given me faith back into the Durenji pick, right? Because historically, throughout the Open Series, Durenji's come through when nothing else has really been available. But when you're not playing on the back foot, it's a really good pick.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at all of the picks from MP right now, Major Pride, like 3 members have 10K, Red QT with 7, and then Kashi with only 5. But my gosh, everybody really stepping up. All of the cores. This is exactly what you want as Major Pride. And I mean, look at this damage. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's too much, way too much, right? You see that the 34% coming from the side of Major Pride. Again, just absolute try and testament to the destructive deluge coming from the Lady Gen, which is why I was really shocked that MENA allowed this pick to come through again. Their enemy made the mistake, right? They didn't take the Lady Gen. So MENA did, and they showed what they needed to do. But look at that gold difference, 13K gold difference, peeking out at the top of the chart, Hauler. What can you do with that?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, just go next, right? We're going into game 2, and we'll see exactly the MP highlight reel because they were just turning it up. Adam had a rough time. He gave up first blood, and then, I think he died quite a number of times even before they got going. MENA really needs to just kind of, maybe prioritize or protect Adam a little bit more, give him a better chance to be in that lane, because once he lost that one, Shusuke just kind of got going and it made it really tough for, MENA to even have a chance in this one.
Yeah, you can kind of see that either Major Pride have done their homework right, or their coach was really onto something, because those first bloods were coming up into the clash lane. So Zhuang Yu already seeming like a little bit of a weak link, and Major Pride really revealing that and taking complete advantage of it in the early game really helped this game just completely stay in the natural flow. Tempo was insane from the likes of Masashi and the Charlotte, like you said, Hauler, and it just allowed them to just breeze through game 1. There was very rarely any upsets.
Yeah, very little upsets. I mean, let's look at the MVP. It's going to be Red QT. To be honest, I think almost any, Alimsky could have gotten it. I think Shusuke could have gotten it, but they're going to go with Red QT. I think it's based on the damage and the fact that, they play the Lady Jean, and she's probably the best looking of all the heroes that they play.
Yeah, in the mid lane, super duper scary, right? The amount of damage that can be done, especially when all these teams ban out the Mai Shiranui. Because if you have the Mai Shiranui, we'll probably see that the Lady Chen would rotate down to the farm lane and go against the enemy's farm lane, whereas their farm lane would go against the Mai Shiranui just to try and have a little bit more of a contest because they have the support in the mid lane. But the Mai Shiranui, realistically and historically, always banned in those first 2 bans. But we aren't going to be going anywhere into the game 2 just yet. We are going to take a short break to let these teams gather some thoughts and see how they can dominate in game 2. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you soon.
meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Major Pride strike first, take the first game in the EMEA Grand Finals up against MENA. They looked almost outclassed, Blam. MENA, what do they need to do in this second game?
Again, I think it's just down to the draft. You mean their opponents from the last round, so the semifinals, GS team always suffered with the draft. And it seems this time around, MENA are having that same problem. Maybe it's because comfort picks are being banned out, or the side of Major Pride are taking those picks for themselves. I think the one thing that may help them is if they're able to go over to the blue side, maybe they'll be able to get the prio pick for something that they really need, a staple pick for themselves. But then that gives over to Major Pride those first two picks after that one, which you can really start to flesh out a great team comp, whether it be a solid pick like the Zhongfei for Kashi. Kashi, we know, has a fantastic performance on the Zhongfei, but then you can lock in something that's a little bit more flexible that just kind of keeps your enemies on their toes.
Yeah, and I think taking away Amdan's Musashi was one of those big ones, right? I think it really kind of dictated the pace of it. It was one of those things where it's like, hey, we don't need to ban it because we can just take it away from you and we can play it to the same level, if not better, dare I say. Because Major Pride right now, Alimsky was just on point with that Musashi in that last game.
Yes, and look at that. Already a little bit of a draft difference there. The Lady Chen does get hit by Axe's ban axe towards the beginning part of that ban phase, but also the Mai Shiranui once more getting banned out. This lady is not getting any love. All these teams know how vicious this pick can be. But then over to the side of Major Pride, they ban out the Orgren. Again, huge pick for the side of MENA. We saw Aidan on the Orgren go have a fantastic KDA and a fantastic performance. Really just kind of putting them into a box when it comes to this draft.
Yeah, definitely need to put in that sense. Maybe they'll go with a modes pick to do so. But I think going into this one, really, MENA, you talk about the draft and just how it needs to be somewhat better going into this and give themselves a chance, because going into the last one, you're kind of like, I kind of thought how you kind of see how MENA was going to play it, but they were really not able to kind of get any sort of team fight going. They were always on the reactive, being pushed in, and Major Pride just taking the fight to them.
Yeah, so far we haven't got that second ban come through for the side of Major Pride just yet. We'll wait to see what actually comes up onto the draft. It looks like we may be having a little bit of an issue with the UI, maybe. We'll wait to see what comes through. But yeah, just looking at like the last game's draft for the side of Major Pride, it was very strong, right? They had the Lady Shen locked in pretty much very early on. You had the Ali as well, locked in very early on. Here is the draft as well. Dolia going over to Major Pride. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, interesting draft thus far. Just picking them up, but Major Pride going again with the Musashi, just picking that one up with the Dahlia and the Princess Frost. The Lady Jeanne had been banned out, so I see how that one kind of plays out. But X right now, you see the what? Arlie, Ming, Angela. They're looking a little squishy on that side.
Looking a little squishy, but I suppose the utility of the Ming, right, is also to amplify the damage, but also enhance the damage dealt to the enemy team, right? So that could be huge onto when paired with the Angela, paired with burst damage for Ali as well. Onto the Musashi could be a little bit of an interesting one, how they handle this Musashi going into game 2. But the thing that really got to look out for is the Dahlia being able to pair a second ultimate onto any of these. Pretty much all the heroes currently rostered now for Major Pride all benefit from that second ultimate, right? You have 2 Winters coming, you have Death on Sunset come through twice, you have the duel at Death as well. If you get into one backline, boom, done. Celestial Melody, boom, backline, done. And it literally just eradicates any backline there. And if that fails, you've got a lane as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of rounding out quite well, right? I kind of like how MP's draft is going thus far. But okay, if you see all of those potential, like Elaine just jumping on the back line, because again, Axe is very squishy. I mean, the Doom pick is good to kind of be up in front, but they go back with the Xiang Yu pick. Adam again on this one. How do you feel about that?
Interesting, right? I mean, they've got pretty much the not the same as the last game, right? They've got the Zhuang Yu, they've got the Angela, that's the same, but they trade out the Dahlia over to the side of Major Pride. Major Pride pick up the Musashi once more, but then they kind of flesh it out with the Dahlia, and they have the Princess Frost as well. Great zoning. A lot of ways to get in onto these team fights, right? So if you're able to kind of control these team fights with the likes of the Princess Frost as well, it's going to be really interesting to see how the Zhuang Yu comes into this and if it's going to be played better. They may be predicting the jungle to go up to the clash lane this time around, and maybe they'll probably try and get a counter to that, because that's really where it fell, right, in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. They need to have a much better game. Like starting like the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes, let him farm so that he can actually stay in the lane. But in this mid lane, he's taking a lot of damage.
Yes, a lot of damage already going on to the side of Major Pride. Kashi, Batir. I think this is going to be a little bit of a difference here for this guy, because he normally plays the likes of the Motsu, the likes of the Zhang Fei as well. So quite tanky support heroes. The Dahlia, however, is a little bit more nuanced, right? You can't dive in. You can't be as aggressive as he normally is.
Yeah, can't be as aggressive. But Travis, bottom lane right now, just, Axe MENA right now, just trying to create a little bit of space, right? I think that was what they suffered last time, where, MP were kind of taking the fight to them, and just, they were being very reactive, not able to even farm in that lane. So Axe MENA need to have a much better, 3 minutes in.
Yeah, you can already see the armor penetration coming through for the likes of the Elaine, right? So you can see the boots being built onto Angela, those magic pen boots. So already trying to preempt that shield, preempt that health coming through to the side of Major Pride. But I feel like the Dune here has a lot of capability to soak up a lot of damage as well. The Wind Slash comes through, but not connecting onto the Lady Sun. And yeah, we're already seeing a little bit of a weird rotation, right? It seems a little bit more frantic for both of these sides.
Yeah, it's still kind of, feeling out process. Of course, this is just game 2. Axe MENA right now just trying to be aggressive, taking out some of those boars. But I like how I'm Dan was, is on the Doom. I think that he needs to be that aggressive type that, does damage as well, because that's his MO, right? He doesn't want to just soak up damage. He needs to be able to out there and just start killing people.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this Ali getting this Ming, right, she's able to be a lot more aggressive, so you can see a lot more, or at least expect more initiations from Badi, right? He's able to get in, get out, and then he's able to heal back up with the Ming, but then also do a lot more damage, which could be very fatal when you're playing the Ali, especially when you proc those 3 stacks as well, dealing more damage onto your enemy.
Now, Badi, yeah, high expectations going into this game as well. He really needs to step up. Everybody on Axe right now, again, after that somewhat disastrous game 1, to put it lightly, I think that this is one where they really need to bounce back. You don't want to be down 0-2.
Yep, the duel of the death coming through onto the Ollie. So waiting in the bushes is Alimski's MO, right? He's just waiting for that right time to dash in and claim that first blood. A little bit more extra gold going over thanks to that first blood there. We do see the CC immunity coming in from the lane as well. The slashes coming through. I am Dan dealing a lot of damage. The wind slash hitting onto Kinesis, but not quite onto Shizuki. They're trying to take this T1 into the bot lane. Right now, it's going to be quite difficult for them with the shield barrier still on.
Yeah, Alimski coming out of, he was so quick to that one. He just ambushing in, just gets that kill in and out and moving on with his life. He's level 7. I'm Dan. Has been, keeping on pace, so to speak. But, Shizuki, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's got the T1 to protect him. He's got his support system around him. The Unruly Blade coming through. Wind Slash as well. Gets a knock up onto Kinesis. But Kashibari is there to aid that healing. We do see a bit of a rotation here from the side of Axe MENA. They are looking to try and take this neutral objective that is a Tyrant.
Yeah, this Tyrant is going to be pretty important. But a fight in the mid lane.
The Unruly Blade comes through. Yes, we do see that Kinesis gets taken down early on as well, which is kind of forced Major Pride to go straight back into their jungle, right? Rather than taking a few more deaths at this point, they think, you know what, let's cut our losses and we'll go from there. They get in the Azure Golem. It looks like it's going to go over to Alimski as well, which on Musashi is pretty crucial, right? Because you want the cooldown as fast as possible on those skills.
Yeah, actually very huge for Axe MENA right now to get that Tyrant, ensuring that you're securing as much as possible, having a much better game than the last one. This is what you want to do. You want to give yourself as much of an opportunity as possible, taking those neutrals. Now you're forcing it down in that top T1, and they're doing a lot of damage.
A little bit of an improvement here for the side of Axe MENA. They're able to get that T1 in the clash lane. Farm lane is already looking pretty highly aggressed right now. Angela goes down thanks to the duel of death once more from Alimski, picking up the first kill on the board. Obviously, first kill went over to Kinesis, where you really want to be funneling those kills into the Lady Sun right now. And we got to wait till that point, right? Till that comes up, sitting in the bush. We may see that Red might get caught out here, able to flash out. Is huge. Dashing around is Alimski. May get caught out. The wind slash, a dash comes through to save him from that knockup.
Yeah, that wind slash just barely missing Alimski. I mean, he dashed away at the right moment, so he dodged it. He basically matrixed that one. But, this is a situation where Axe MENA trying to find some sort of ambush. Axe MENA right now, I think that some of their gank attempts are a little bit predictable. Or MP, they have this crazy spider sense, and they're seeing everything.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes into competitive play, right, you expect to check certain brushes. And right here, you can kind of see that Red knows that I'm Dan's there, and Adam may not be too far behind because, hey, Shizuki has no vision onto the Zhuangyu, but already Adam trying to take the Azure Golem away from Alimski. I don't know if he was actually successful. It looks like he was.
Yeah, it looks like he was successful, and that's going to be very good for him. But now Travis has rotated into the top lane. A little bit of a change of pace, but in the bottom lane, a little bit of action here.
Yeah, the Unruly Blade saving Doon's life there, being able to claim over the wall, try and get into the safety of the T1, but it is no more. A duel at death coming through once more onto the Zhuangyu, but it is going to be at a detriment to the side of Major Pride. Alimski on the run with very little health.
Yeah, he almost had it. And I think Adam right now, he's playing much, much better because he's got that skin. I think it's a skin buff where he's like playing way better than he did in the last one.
Hey, you never know. You never know. Vanilla buff, skin buff, we'll wait and see. Yeah, exactly. It's a subconscious thing. Don't play. But
go buy
right now we're seeing that's it. Yeah. Go and buy some skins. You know you want to. Go and fill up that account. But Axe MENA currently ahead ever so slightly with that gold lead, but it seems to be being neutralized right now as well by the side of Major Pride. Very close. But again, missing out the kill onto the Ollie is Alimski taking the lead here. Once more, we do see that they lose the farm lane T1 thanks to them all focusing into this top lane. But there we go. Alimski getting in, but it is going to be Shizuki claiming the kill onto the Angela right now. So again, 2 kills for 1, but they're able to take the T1 down into the farm lane, which is good for Axe MENA, right? That means that they can put some pressure. They have a little bit more places to roam, and it looks like they're going to do the same into the T1 into the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to see the replay on this one. And it was one of those things where a body had gone down, and Travis is like, oh, I'm getting pressure in the top lane as well. And Travis is calling for help. He's calling the cops, and he's just like, guys, I need help. And he's like, where are the intruders? And they're like, oh, they're inside the house. And MP just came out of, again, left field, just taking everybody out. MP right now just, dictating full map control, and they're just dominating this game thus far.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they were inside the house. They was everywhere. They was on the premise. They were pretty much all up in your face while he was on the phone call to the police, right? They were like, hey, where's the intruder? He's like, hey, he's on the phone call. Do you want to FaceTime him? But here we go. Major Pride looking to try and take the Tyrant, the second Tyrant of the game from the side of MENA, which, again, going into these team fights is going to be huge for them, especially for the Lady Sun, especially for the likes of the Elaine. Plenty more damage coming through, trying to contest. The enemies are sure golem. They're able to get it. So a steal for the steal. We saw that Zhang Yu was able to get in. We see that the charge goes in. The Hodgman slash doesn't quite actually connect and take down Red QT on the side of Major Pride.
Oh, man. Adam right there going ham or trying to go in 1 versus 5. I mean, he was really trying to get Red QT, but this is it's a high risk, low reward play. I mean, it's Red QT. Yeah, you're killing him. But I mean, if we're looking at net worth, he's not even the highest. He's the second lowest on the team. So the value really isn't there. This is one of those things where, Adam, you need to hold the fort. You need to just let I'm Dan kind of dictate the pace of this thing.
Ooh, baited the Blazing Brilliance. Thanks to the Death on Sunset, though. Keeps Shizuki alive. That's currently a 1-0 trade right now. We are seeing that Dune is into the back of the line there. Gets the win slash knockup onto 3 of Major Pride. That's a small target hitbox to actually claim 3 people, right? They have to be close together, but there is still plenty more to be had there. The Frigid Prison not quite connecting onto MENA.
Yeah, and Travis was the first to fall in. It was one of those things where MENA, if they go into this fight, it's a bad one. You don't want to be going into a team fight down a player, and it's a situation where, hey, MP probably should have welcomed it. They probably could have baited it out, if anything else, because, again, if you don't have the Angela, you're mitigating a lot of that damage. So, again, MP right now just being very strong, understanding how to play with this lead. They have a huge lead in the sense of, the kills at least, net worth, not as much.
Yeah, they're struggling to gain that lead, but I think it's just down to the actual pressure for MENA doing a lot here. But again, contesting the second neutral objective, they get the Tyrant. Adam goes down once more, but they're able to reset that Overlord. So no Overlord for the side of MENA, which could be huge for the side of Major Pride. Still beat into this match. Blazing Brilliance eliminates Limsky, but we are getting kills across the board. Our body goes down, double kill over to Kinesis. That is a 3-2 trade right now for the side of Major Pride. Are they going to take another kill onto Travis? Travis looking pretty low. Travis goes down. It is a triple kill for Kinesis. Can they take this T2? All they have to wait for is that minion wave, but by the time that comes, Dune and Adam are going to be here.
Oh, Kinesis starting to come online. He has the damage, and they want more. Adam going in.
Yep, Fearless Charge coming in with the hedge money. It's a slash, but again, just not connecting. He is gone before he can even activate the last hit of his ultimate. Once again, Major Pride overturning what could have been a fruitful start for MENA.
Okay, Adam on this Yu going for a Fearless Charge. I have all the fear for him. Every time he goes in, I'm scared for his life because, that situation where you're kind of like throwing yourself, you're feeding yourself to the enemy team. Not great right now. Adam right now, 0-3-0, really struggling in that bottom lane and as a Clash laner here with only 5.8k net worth.
Yeah, considering that Alimsky and I'm Down were very close neck and neck in terms of the gold resources right now, and you can kind of see that that's already slipping away. That 1.5k difference alone in the jungle is going to be huge for the side of Major Pride. We have the Shadow Overlord, potentially the Vanguard in the hands of Major Pride, waiting to drop it. They're probably going to wait for that right moment when they get the pressure off, drop it down, and just try and just eliminate the lead that MENA have.
Yeah, and try to figure out how to get back in. I mean, they're down 5k. If anything, you need to deal with these Vanguards. It's going to be pushing throughout. It's going to be tough. All 5 members right now are just fighting for the same farm almost. It's difficult to find any sort of farm right now. MP have done a great job of controlling the map, pushing them into the base, and MENA are scared. They're hiding under the T3, singing Kumbaya, holding hands under that tower. Not really much they can do.
Hey, maybe the kumbaya buff may be the thing that they need. Again, it's a defense, and sometimes the greatest defense is the best offense. But right now, they have one less fence, which is the high ground turret in that mid lane being taken down here. We're seeing some traded blows going on to the Vanguards, trying to just shut down Death on Sunset into the backline, thanks to Olimsky. But there we go. Duel at Death coming through once more. Axe Giant down. Body is down. Adam is down. Is this game 2 already over for the side of Major Pride? They have the Vanguard. Down goes Giant as well, and it looks like it's gonna be the ace and game 2 victory.
Clean. That was a clean game by them. Just understanding how to take that team fight, turning it out, and just being aggressive, understanding when you need to go in. I mean, you talked about the fact that this is a team that did not win anything in Season 1. And they learned, they took their licks, they know how to fight back, and they're playing very well. They're starting to peak at the right time, and now it's going to be match point, so to speak, for this grand finals. Huge win for them, a big confidence booster.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a improvement from what we've seen with Major Pride over the past events, especially within Global as well. So it's nice to see that they're finally actually getting a little bit of an identity for themselves, a little bit of representation for at least the European region on some level. It is Eastern European. And yeah, look at these stats once more. 10.2k goal difference compared to I'm Dan's more of a commendable 8.2, right? Last game, he wasn't really surviving in that jungle resource fight, but this time around, he comes in swinging.
Yeah, I think that you need to really prioritize this Musashi. Either you first pick it or you look to ban it at this point. I think that, both teams have shown that they can be very strong with that hero, but giving it up at this point, I think Olimsky did a lot in terms of the rotations and just kind of putting the pressure to him. As that jungler, Olimsky, that's what you want to do. Make him play maybe something that, that's not as strong as this Musashi, because he's been on point.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of try and focus the Musashi in the banning phase, but how many of these heroes that need to be prio banned for that to work against Major Pride? We saw that the Lady Chen had a little bit of a suffering here because obviously, even though they went for the Princess Frost, they still got the 30% damage dealt. Very close to Kinesis's 35.8, and Olimsky actually not landing that much damage, but just being able to take that 23.9% damage, as well as the lane was really just a solid front line for them. But it was always more about accessing that back line, right? Especially the likes of Angela, Ali. If you leave those guys unchecked, that's it. It's game over.
Yeah, and I think that Axamina needed to do a better job of finding Kinesis, right? He was just kind of free-firing from the back, just kiting everybody. And we'll see it more in this highlight here. Just, again, Axamina, look at this. They're down members already in terms of the gank attempts that are happening. MP just kind of dictating their will. This is Travis hiding under this tower with that Blazing Brilliance, not scared. They're going to dive those towers. They're going to take the fight to you. They know that the limits of their heroes, right? And just coming in from all over the place, just ganking them. Look at Adam trying to go in, trying to go for that very greedy play, but it's in the heart of the enemy team. Once you're dead, again, now you're down numbers.
Yeah, it's all about timing as well, right? When you put under pressure like we saw there in that T1 where Angela uses that Blazing Brilliance, but then we saw Shizuki's able to just use the Death on Sunset to completely dodge all that damage that he should have been soaking, and then just comes down straight onto the back line and is able to take out the Angela. So again, when you're under pressure, timing is not your biggest commodity, right? You have to kind of just maybe try and use what you have best when you can. And unfortunately for the side of Axamina, they got pushed too far, backs against the ropes to the point where it was too stressful. Timing was a little bit off. Maybe they just need to have a great breather going into the next break. But MVP this time around, not going over to Red QT, who's picked up quite a few MVPs. It is Kinesis with the aggressive roll-ins. The ultimate shells land in 716 in the KDA, 98k damage dealt, and a 10k gold. Overall, Kinesis had a fantastic performance in this game.
A really good game. I mean, that damage, highest on the team. That's what you want from your farm laner. The fact that, he was just able to just kind of ride in, get those triple kills when they needed to. But again, it really comes down to target prioritization. Axamina needs to kind of figure out where he is. I understand that Olimsky is super scary on the Musashi, and that's kind of why it's dictating it on throughout. But again, it was a tough game to see this going in. Major Pride really struck it to them. They won 2-0. We're going to have to see that third game, but first, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back. And we're in the EMEA Grand Finals. Major Pride up 2-0 up against MENA. MENA right now struggling, Blam. Again, we talked about how they can maybe get back in with the draft, but they had a second try at this one. Didn't have a great one. But Blam, what's your advice going into Game 3 now?
Leave the Xiangyu alone, right? I mean, there's only so many times you can draft this into the clash lane. Yes, they ban out the Byron sometimes. Yes, they ban out the Elaine sometimes. But the Mayin comes through the here and there. You can just kind of come up with something a little bit better, right? If you want to go in with a heavy engage, maybe do the Lian Po into the clash lane, right? It's not the best one, but as long as you're kind of playing resourcefully and not kind of overextending, you can then just use the teleport mechanic to go down. That's a big tremor smash for the team, right? So much bigger than the Fearless Charge that Zhuang Yu offers, especially when he is the only front line. But we'll see what MENA have in store for us in this Game 3, which could potentially be the last game of this Grand Finals, which would be a huge, huge feat for the side of Major Pride, taking a 3-0 victory. But there we go. The Masashi is taken off, so a little bit more of a targeted ban, right?
Yeah, you have to take that away. I think that we just saw it in 2 games already. Olimsky just piloting it to the T, doing very well with it, just being a nuisance. And MENA, you have your own I'm Dan Musashi player, but it's one of those things where if we can't get it, we don't know how to deal with it because it's just too strong at this point.
Yeah, Dolia not meeting the first ban wave there, so Dolia could come through for the side of Major Pride, exactly so. And over to the side of MENA, we could see something like the Zhangfei come through, hopefully something a little bit more of a stronger support. The Ming kind of worked, but at the same time, because of so much access to the backline that Major Pride had, it's going to be an issue for them. But the Lady Chen, taken up for MENA.
Yeah, they're going to pick this one up. I to be honest, I really like the Zhangfei pick if they go with it. Instead, they're going to look to just, take away the Lady Sun pick here, trying to take it away from Kinesis, who had a monster game in Game 2. But, we'll have to see if a body can pilot it to the same level. Ooh, my.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him on the Lady Sun already, but Mai Shiranui not getting banned in the first part of the phase. That is a interesting development right here for Red QT. We don't normally see him on the Mai Shiranui. All the time we've seen him is on the likes of the Angela, the Lady Jen, the Princess Frost. That is really interesting to see that they've gone for the Mai Shiranui. I can't wait to see how they play it.
Yeah, and it looks like MENA are going to pick up the Ming again. I thought it was a little underwhelming. Plus, in this draft thus far, in the first phase, all of them looking very squishy. Ming really doesn't have that sustainable target. I mean, yeah, you kind of buff up Lady Sun or whatever, but again, very squishy. It's a one-dimensional draft.
Very one-dimensional right now. I mean, we'll probably end up seeing the Dune again, right? Or maybe they might pick up the Kaiser for I'm Dan to go for once more. But onto the side of Major Pride, I think the Kaiser would probably really be really good at complementing the Dolia, right? Getting those 2 invincible warriors. It's a little bit of a different shift for the side of Major Pride, especially on Olimsky, not being able to just be able to gank every lane. He kind of has to coordinate it a little bit better with his team. He can't kind of just one-man solo the rest of them. But banning out the Dharma, looking at the clash lane right now is hopefully not going to mean that we're going to get another Xiangyu for the side of MENA because it hasn't worked 2 times. It's going to be almost a case for sanity test, right? If they go for the Xiangyu for a 3rd time, I don't know what to think.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they pick it up again, unfortunately, I would. Okay, it looks like they're going to pick the Mayan. I'm happy with it. There's no Xiangyu. So this is one way of getting into this one. But the Mayan, again, same style, I would say, initiation. Adam tends to be like that. But the only thing is his play style, right? He needs to go in together with a team. He can't be trying to solo these things.
Very interesting that we see Olimsky going on to the Monkey. So again, Dream Roll, be able to come through. We know that Monkey can do damage, right? Those bubbles are more deadlier than they look and are perceived to be. But it can also be quite a tanky hero in the jungle. But you can kind of see why he's gone for the Monkey, right? Mai Shiranui and the Elaine. If you went for 3 flashy heroes, it's kind of hard to see where your staple, your focal point is for your team, right? You could be everywhere and anywhere, but nowhere at the same time.
Yeah, and I like it how you said that. Yes, I do agree with that. And I think it kind of rounds it out. Again, just being very tanky, right? Something that they kind of have. You have the damage dealers with everybody else. Shizusuke as well as, a Red QT in that mid lane. So you have the potential to just do a lot of damage. You need somebody to kind of just soak it up. And what better way with cuteness overload with the Menki here.
Yeah, well, let's see how it plays into this third game. This could be Major Pride taking the 10k prize pool, but also taking that seat into the KC play-ins. If they play this third game, like they have over the past two. Last game was a little bit shaky for them. It was a nice comeback for MENA, but let's see how they do in this game 3 going forward.
Yeah, and I think that there's going to be, I'm Dan needs to, he had a decent game with the Dune, but I think he really needs to step up in this one. Alimsky on the Menki, not the damage dealer, but more of like the tank and kind of initiator type. I think that with a different jungler style hero, I think I'm Dan will have probably a better time because of the fact that, again, he's probably going to be doing more damage.
Yeah, I think it all really relies on here for I'm Danny's just maintaining that either a lead or kind of equalizing the difference between the levels and the gold, right? Because the past 2 games we've seen, Alimsky's always been ahead at some point in these games. Here comes the 2 whirlwinds coming through from the Loon, getting a lot of damage onto the Lady Sun, but is able to heal up thanks to the Ming. So it's not too much of a pressure, no need to really recall or play a little bit differently. Thanks to the Ming, able to get a lot of healing back there.
Okay, and it's funny because they tend to put Travis in that, in the farm lane, so to speak, letting a body take that mid lane, just kind of maybe make some rotations with Giants. You have that movement speed buff as well, so maybe that's the whole logic behind this pick, to kind of just keep them moving and to just kind of maybe exude a little bit of pressure in almost all the lanes.
I mean, they've got to try it runs right. Just give all the resources over to our body. And that's pretty much the only resource-heavy hero you have on the side of MENA right now. So, again, it plays well into it. We just see how they actually perform and if they can actually implement it properly. But Shizusuke may be getting dived in on here. The Unruly Blade comes through.
Yeah, coming through, but Yusuke sensed it, got out in time. I mean, there was going to be a gank attempt, again, by a body and Giant just kind of rotating to that top lane. But if we're going to go back into the mid one, a body here had to commit the flash just to stay alive. The gank attempt was real. He could have potentially died, stayed alive, but now he has to play even a little bit more scared because he doesn't have that flash.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ming keeping him alive is a good thing, but Mayin may not be alive for very long. Red QT is able to get out of there. A lot of heals comes through for the Mayin, which is great. We have the Shizusuke getting the first blood. Death on Sunset claims 2 kills for the side of Major Pride. Taking a double kill onto the lane is going to be a worthy trade.
Yeah, nice rotation there. I mean, Alimsky just setting it up with that nice Dream Roam, connecting onto 2, setting it up just so that Death at Sunset locks him down. Shusuke, again, the team is playing so well together. They're gelling, they're understanding the right time to be using skills and just like stacking stun on top of stun, just making it tough for MENA to really get anything going.
Yeah, I mean, they've got quite a lot of slippery heroes on the side of Major Pride, right? They've got the Mao Shiranui, they've got the Elaine, they've also got the Dream Roll from the Monkey, but even more, Dolia getting a kill over to the side of Major Pride once more. This is looking like a brutal early game for the side of Major Pride. MENA really need to kind of just halt this aggressive tempo right now.
Yeah, Red QT, he's been forced to play a lot of Lady Jeanne and the Princess Frost, more of like the, the stand back and cast all these spells. But once he gets on the Mai, he's just like a Ferrari. He's running at you, trying to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, we got the Scepter Reverberation coming through for the Mai Shiranui, so again, even more damage coming over for the side of Major Pride. Those first items are very crucial, especially when we get into the first neutral objective. We are seeing that I'm Dan is here with the Dune. A lot of damage already going onto the Tyrant. The Dream Roll coming through. It means that he's able to get back onto the reset. We see that Lady Jen was trying to get the Destructive Deluge onto the Tyrant, but wasn't able to actually claim it at all. Very quick with the smite was Major Pride.
Yeah, Kashi there with that secondary smite, ensuring that they get it. So, you know, a good use of that one. Now that Olimsky still has his, he can continue to just kind of potentially take something else. But now they're going to, you know, put a little bit of pressure on that bottom lane, send Travis out of that lane, and now they're just focusing this T1 bottom down.
Yep, T1 in the farm lane does say sayonara for the side of Axe MENA. But Main, he in the bush. I'm not too sure what Adam's thinking here, but Olimsky not actually quite catching out. Adam now catches him out because he's now discovered himself. The dream roll does go into Adam, but we see the backflip comes through, but is it going to be enough damage from the Dimaisha forcing the dash from Adam enables him to get out alive, but for now, there's no blood traded for both of these teams. Axe MENA really struggling to claim their first kill.
I mean, they're playing on the defensive, right? They're just looking to stay alive, using all their skills just to get back to safety. But, oh, they're going to dive onto I'm Dan.
Yeah, potential onto I'm Dan right now, but okay, we do see the Death on Sunset, a little bit of a observer not quite catching that whole thing there. The Death on Sunset clearly taking a little bit too high for the cameraman.
Yeah, Giant down for the count. And again, just MP just pushing it out. The Flaming Palms even doing some chip damage on that T1 mid. But MP just going throughout, like just rotating from, you know, lane to lane, invading the enemy jungle. You know, Red QT is just kind of made I'm Dan a little uncomfortable, even just trying to take the blue buff there. So this is a situation where MP, you know, again, very good map control.
Very, very good map control. Very great tempo as well. A lot of aggression. Pretty much very calmful as well with how they go for these engages. They're not kind of just trying to force a fight. They are making sure they can claim something from that fight at the same time, right?
Yeah, for sure. And MP, this is one of those things where, you know, they're so comfortable right now. Look at them playing right now. They're just like, hey, we're up 2-0. We have this. We just need to play our game, which is to kind of just take over the map and just kind of, you know, just make the enemy team super uncomfortable, just farming throughout. I mean, this net worth lead is about 3K, which is pretty sizable at this point. But Axe MENA, they're sticking together because they're kind of scared. They can't really find any sort of farm, and they don't want to get caught isolated.
Yeah, it's the biggest symptom of fear, right? When you start to see the team that's quite playing on the back foot there, just sticking together. The Destructive Deluge being wasted there by Travis. We are seeing Red QT go into one-to-one with Adam, but there we go. Shizuki coming in to save the day. Death on Sunset comes through. The execute from the Death on Sunset claims the kill onto Adam. Travis goes down as well. The T2 in the mid lane is wide open here for the side of Major Pride. There they go. They take it down. They're ahead by 4K gold. Can they do something here, Axe MENA, to keep that high ground turret alive?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Shusuke just saving it. Red QT. Death on Sunset.
Death on Sunset straight to the back there. He's a little bit too much lost in the source for Shizuki. He's not able to do a lot of damage, though, because the Ming is there, reducing that damage reduction. And also, no one else on the side of Major Pride to actually counteract that same Death on Sunset, right? That dive into the back line. But hey, some more action here. We are seeing I'm Dan lost into the thick of it, but then Kinesis goes down. Travis looking pretty low as well. Giant on the run. Is he going to be able to escape? Red QT gets the fan onto him, but it is going to be Kinesis that takes the kill onto the side of Major Pride. Only Dan and Adam alive. Dan goes down. That is good. I mean, not Dan, sorry. Adam goes down. So that is a triple kill, a 4-1 trade for the side of Major Pride. The high ground turret looking pretty low. Olimsky trying to tank it here. When they don't have any minions, thanks to the Loon's damage, we're able to get the high ground turret.
I don't need no stinking minions. I'm just going to tank this. I've got my lingering dream. I'm just going to tank this one. I'm just going to push this one out. But okay, Shusuke, his Death at Sunset literally lives up to the name, right? Every single time he casts that spell, he gets some sort of kill or an assist. He's always been up front. His Death at Sunsets have been perfect.
Honestly, claiming many things from the Death on Sunset is probably the staple performance here from the Olimsky. Probably one of the better Olimskys I've seen in the Open Series, to be honest, because again, just the amount of pure positive reward coming from the Death on Sunsets, not really going away with nothing, trying to just make sure you claim something, and whatever it is, as long as it is a objective, a kill, as long as it's giving over resources to the side of Major Pride, where they're up already by 9 kills. The only reason they're able to lose a life was Red QT was able to be lost in the sauce a little bit too much with that last team fight. But looking for a little bit of a potential and patient takedown in the T2 in the Clash lane.
Yeah, Red QT dying that one time. He's going to be my LVP of this game, you know? Just unacceptable at this point. You have a flawless game and you die once? That's unacceptable.
Very unacceptable. Needs to be punished. Coach Haller will be there in Abu Dhabi to give you your deserving punishment, whatever that may be. But Kinesis taking a lot of damage there as well as Giant. They're waiting for the minions to rock around for the higher ground turret into that Clash lane. Now that it's wide open, and Axe MENA are down by 1 member on the team. Bowdy trying to keep that turret alive, but there we go. Giant goes down. It is probably going to be the ending call here for the side of Axe MENA. Major Pride are very heavy, very lost in the source right now. Double kill coming in for Kinesis as well. The dream roll comes through straight back onto Adam as well. We see that Dan is left alive with Travis. Is it going to be enough to claim the end of this game? Not quite just yet. Waiting for the minions is Major Pride.
Yeah, we're just waiting it out. I mean, they're probably being a little bit more aggressive than they need to be in terms of closing this game out. But, you know, Kinesis was, you know, he does go down here, but he was finessing on them, going in, getting those kills, infinite vastness out of the tower, make sure that the base is not hitting him. Did stay alive for a bit, but he does fall in the end. But he's 6-1-3, man.
6-1-3, 8.9k gold against the Lady Sun on this other side, Albadi, which is basically 1 point something k difference right now. So again, that's a huge itemization difference. We can kind of see Red QT waiting in the bush there. We also have Alimsky waiting for the dream roll to come through, hoping for a crucial kill theft. Oh, we going to get it. Oh no, the ultimate shell comes through from the Lady Sun. They're able to claim the Tyrant, but that's not going to be enough. That is a double kill over to Red QT. I'm Dan is looking pretty much lost into the thick of it. Can they don't have the Destruction Deluge to actually claim any more kills or try and counter this engage onto their tank, but Major Pride are into the crystal. The minions are running around as well. They are down 3 members on the side of Axe MENA. Is this going to be it? The dream roll comes through. That is going to be Dan standing alive. He is the last thing between Major Pride. There is a little bit of a pause, but wait a minute. That is only going to prolong the inevitable right now. Major Pride are your grand finalists within the EMEA finals.
Wow. Major Pride taking it to the enemy team of Axe MENA. 3-0. A little, you know, bad sportsmanship, I would say, by Axe MENA with that pause in the end. But nonetheless, Major Pride, you can't stop this one. It's going to happen. It's pause or no pause. Major Pride pulling this one out. Coming back from the depths of hell you talked about from Season 1 of being winless to now being the champion here, winning 10K and proving all the doubters wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great story, right? The fact that they were struggling to begin with in Season 1, they were a team from a different mobile game, but that didn't stop them proving themselves in Honor of Kings. And here you are, the champions of the 2024 Honor of Kings Open Series. Split 2 is Major Pride, hailing from Eastern Europe. So at least getting a little bit of a representation for Europe as a continent, and we are getting into the KC play-ins. That is where Major Pride are going to be meeting up against Team Vitality and Virtus Pro. That is the next step for Major Pride.
Yeah, and they're looking very strong. I think that they can pat themselves on the back, but again, the work is not done here. We need to just kind of build off of that. We need to ensure that, you know, Major Pride can kind of continue. They looked very strong in that grand finals. We hope to see more of them because, again, even when it looks to the draft, it was hard to find the right bands against them. They're very flexible with their picks, and their synergy is really on point.
Yeah, it paints a little bit of a different picture, well, at least a proposed picture that I had in my mind about Major Pride going into this tournament. I really hope that they just didn't have just 1 or 2 staple picks, right? But really showing going into this Open Series Split 2 Grand Final that they have way much more within their roster. The amount that this team must be scrimming, must be playing to get to this point and actually improve so much over a short span of time, right? is actually absolutely like commendable. But looking at those stats here, we see that the damage dealt for Kinesis, 27.9k. We see that the 26.6% as well for Red QT. And then Shizuki as well, claiming so many victims with that Death on Sunset hauler. Was phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenal. And the damage was spread throughout. This is a team. There's no Iron team on this one, and you're seeing why. I mean, they were just able to play this one out. I mean, look at the gold graph, just completely just in their favor. Major Pride playing it out, looking to close the game out, and they do. They're a very strong team at this point.
Very, very strong team, and these highlights are just going to basically emphasize their team play. They're able to be composed, the tempo that they set in the early to mid game as well, and just able to control that, right? Like I was saying with them against next Ruya, is that yes, the aggression is the great thing, but the thing is about aggression, it burns fast and it burns bright. So being able to keep that going takes a lot of charisma, a lot of stamina from these players as well, right? Just constantly keeping focused, keeping on it. But it's really paid off here for Major Pride because they've taken a solid, without obviously, over the next Ruya, taking that one round from them, an almost blemish-free record going into the Open Series Split 2, and taking the Grand Finals with a 3-0 as well.
Yeah, very clean, very calculated. Almost all of their movements were, nothing was really wasted. Everything was kind of had a purpose. They got conversions out of it, and they just kind of played very well as a team. I talked about some of the stuns that were being stacked. I mean, look, the meteor kill, the dream roam, everything is just on top of each other. But the MVP on that one, Hyusuke, I think the Elaine was just really on point with his Death at Sunsets.
Yeah, Shizuki finally getting that MVP for himself. I think the only person we get to see on the MVP is Alimsky, I believe so. But hey, if you're able to prop up your team like this and still do a great performance, not quite get the MVP, it just really shows what you need to do to deserve that MVP reward at the end of the matches. But again, like you said there, Hauler, Death on Sunset, the accuracy, the takedown, the outcomes they got from that one hero was huge.
Yeah, absolutely huge. He was always there. He was saving his teammates with it as well. So, you know, there were so many different moments where, you know, the team is just on the same level, right? The same playing field, understanding what they need to do, how to save each other. Like, you know, it was fun to watch because just how well coordinated this team was.
Yeah, absolutely fluid with it. They were sick with the flow, as some of the youngsters would stay in the chat. But hey, there we go. There are your scores for today, rounding out the overall Open Series Split 2. It is a 2-1 by MP against NR. MENA taking a 2-0 against GS Team, but falling short at the end there is MENA not taking a single round from the team that hails from Eastern European and from Kazakhstan. So again, Major Pride taking all those major L's to begin with, now taking their first tournament, a global one at least, a victory for themselves. 10k prize pool and that KC play-ins.
Yeah, and actually, you know, Major Pride has kind of inspired me. I've taken a bunch of losses myself. So I'm wondering if I just come back and I start winning championships. I mean, I could be on the same train as Major Pride, right? I'm as good as them, right?
Absolutely. We're all as good as everybody can be, as long as you learn from those losses. But that is it for the Open Series, guys. Not too long to wait for the next little bit of plays, which is the plays in that plays in tomorrow. And it is not going to be me. It's going to be Hauler and Kin going forward with the Pacific KC play-ins, which is going to be very exciting to watch. So thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We will be tuning out here, guys, but back tomorrow with some more Honor of Kings esports. Take it easy and see you soon.